It rests on a small YouTube channel, hosted by the wickedest lords of hell. It rests on a small YouTube channel, hosted by the wickedest lords of hell. Here is the first internet clip show to offer to the daring a look into the final maddening space between life and death. A case of the Mondays. To avoid fainting, keep repeating. It is only a live stream. Only a live stream. Only a live stream. Videos and songs far beyond anything you've tested. A case of the Mondays.
Stop your hammering, I'm gonna hit them all. Cause every day's the anniversary of the year before. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. Random tangents, that's like a tree. Diverse inevitability. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. I said, band, over the band. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like cozy to drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. 365. That's right. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day, if it's a day, if it's a day gone by, if it's a day gone by, if it's a day gone by. If it's a day gone by, 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 it's 365.
Welcome everyone to Case of the Mondays. I'm your host Gene Skinner. I'm glad to see all of you tonight. I know it is Christmas night, as Bob's pointing out, like, oh, shouldn't there be not a Case of the Mondays today? Nah, I don't really have anything going on in the evening, so if you're here, you're here. If you're not, that's okay. I understand. Family shit, things to do. Hope you're all having a good night tonight. Sorry if I seem a little wound up. It's just the fact I kind of had to do some stuff last minute, and you probably heard it if you were here in the start. Or if you want to take a look back, I actually had a little bit of an issue getting certain stuff in the actual playlist and all that ready, even though I started the whole list really early. It's because the actual, the only trailer part's actually somewhere else on a solid straight dive document I have. It's not on the actual new computer, so that's on me. But with all that being said, let's get right into the show and let's enjoy. Here we go. Hope you're all having a good one. Memes. Recommend as well. Sorry, I'm pausing. The other thing that you can do, if you didn't know, today is Genova's birthday besides being Christmas as well, so be sure to wish him a happy birthday too, if you didn't know that. Anyway, moving on. Here's something Ramen sent. Let's get to it.
We'll hurry home to our wives. We'll have our cupboards filled with supplies when home and winter arrives.
I don't have to worry. I don't have to care. My coat is very furry. I'm Grizzly Bear.
If you meet Old Man Winter, you'll sing a different tune. It's time that you were safe in bed, for he will be here soon.
He's sneaking. Ah, the old hobo satchel. I'm running away from home. Oh, look, it's fall. Very, very hard to see.
Billy Bear, have a care. Old Man Winter's in the air. You'll be sorry if he catches you.
I don't have to worry. I don't have to care. My coat is very furry. I'm a grizzly bear.
Oh, skitty hooky, leggy hooky, siggy maggy ho, bootin' beatin' bottle, scootin' bootin' bay, scootin' bobba doodle ho, bootin' bay, bootin' huggy bootin' bo, bootin' doodle day. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
I, for one, am spooked.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, leggy, haggy, saggy, biggy, haggy, hooky, looky, hooky, siggy, haggy, bo, bootle day, skitty, bobba, bo, bootin' doodle bobba, bo.
I don't have to worry. I don't have to care. My coat is very furry. I'm a grizzly bear.
Oh, the scarecrow tradition. That looks like the old man from the Medical Version. Scoundrel.
So you would run away from home.
There's
You
Jack
would
Frost.
roam all alone. I told you not to leave your home, but you're a friendly grizzly bear.
Dear Mr. Frost, I'm sorry. Oh, help me out, please do. Take me home to a nice warm bed. I'm freezing through and
Turn it into candy. So they got rainbow. It's a rainbow going back home. Oh, he's all tuckered out. Finis? Huh. It's Finn. Drawings at this end.
When war broke out in the Middle East, The Bidens forgot one small thing.
Did you bomb Syria?
Have a Coke and a smile, man.
Did you funnel arms to Israel?
There's always room for Jello.
What else could we be forgetting? Ukraine!
Lost in Kiev.
Ukrainian citizens, Vladimir Putin and his bestest general are on the loose. Stay putski. And do not answer the door for any vans.
Come out! It is Gavin Newsom from California.
This is my country, and I have to defend it.
Putin appears to be unstoppable. It may be time to think about diplomacy.
Keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Come on tomorrow, now try it again.
Joe, your cabinet. Woof.
Yesterday, he was just a failed comedian.
I'm going to kill you, Zelensky.
But tonight, he is a one-man army.
It's too late for you. You're already under Russian occupation.
Oh no, I'm really scared.
Got him.
Keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Keep a knocking, but you can't. Keep a knocking, but you can't come in.
Hiya, pal. Your friends in Lenon can't help you no more.
Oh no. USA, Texas.
No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Home Alone. Lost in Kiev. In theaters this holiday season.
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Here I go.
Alright, Dakota sent this in.
Body shield here. Level 4.
One of the newest biome types introduced to the game is the city biome. This is a completely unique biome type that's almost entirely constructed by human players. However, this video isn't about those human players, nor is it about the players they deliberately add to their party, like cats and dogs, but rather all the other builds in the game, and which ones function the best in the city meta. While obviously not all cities are the same, there are certain strategies that tend to make for a viable city build. We'll first discuss the most and least relevant abilities for city meta builds, and then go through the tier list for the city meta. The most important objective when playing in a city biome is avoiding direct contact with humans. While there are ways to defeat humans, doing battle with them on their home turf is nearly impossible. And so builds that easily get in a human's way, attract a lot of attention, or come off as intimidating to humans, are going to be at the highest risk of doing that. So what types of builds tend to struggle in cities? The resounding answer seems to be tank builds. While tanks tend to be the most outright powerful builds in a given server, the city biome does not favor slow-moving herbivores that require huge amounts of food and have to spend most of the day grazing. In addition to attracting a ton of attention, the city meta is fast-moving and full of unorthodox barriers that slow, large, defense-based builds have trouble overcoming. Builds that have controlling large territories as part of their main questline will also have a lot of difficulty in city biomes. Cities are tightly packed because the potential loot is so good. If all that you're after is the XP-rich food, great. But if you're after the territory itself, few challenges are more difficult or deadly than trying to conquer a human player's territory. So what does work in cities? Probably the most common trait among successful city builds is omnivory. That's because omnivory is key to making sure the supremely valuable loot available in cities is something your character can actually make use of. This isn't to say that you can't succeed as a pure carnivore. Obviously, the crowded nature of cities means there's a lot of potential PvP targets. But there's no question that the scavenger strategy is more effective in cities than in any other biome. Another common trait is nocturnalism, since this makes it much easier to avoid humans. Normally, I tell players who swap to a nocturnal playstyle to avoid dealing with the diurnal player base to get good. But honestly, when it comes to humans, I think it's a fair strategy.
Raccoon!
As I said before, city biomes present some of the most challenging terrain to navigate in the entire game, and so having high mobility and a versatile array of movement options is essential to traversing the concrete jungles. Don't spec into a high top speed if it means giving up the ability to climb, high jump, crawl, or swim, because cities will test your ability to do all of these frequently. Perhaps one of the most powerful city abilities is Flight, because it not only lets you bypass just about any obstacle, but also is by far the best way to avoid or escape contact with dangerous humans. The most common obstacles you'll be able to interact with in cities are power lines, which can be scaled if you have the climb ability, but tend to be best utilized by aerial builds as high visibility, low risk perch spots. Sewers, which can be accessed with the crawl ability and can function as a safe shortcut to multiple points in a city. Buildings, which often require multiple skills to navigate successfully and often contain the best loot, but are also the most dangerous places to enter due to being almost always guarded by humans. And most importantly, roads, which are the most common death trap for players in the city and require careful strategy to traverse. However, in the city meta, the most important factor by far is the build's intelligence stat. And this is because the best rewards can only be sustainably looted by using careful strategy and problem solving. Whether it's opening doors, crossing streets, avoiding traps, or stealing loot from humans, without intelligence, gameplay in the city biome is much more difficult. Alright, so let's get into the tier list for the city meta. In F tier, we have the Deer Guild, which includes the classic Deer build along with its variants like the Elk and Moose. These builds lack nearly all of the most important traits for a city build. They don't have a high intelligence stat, they can't climb or crawl, and they aren't omnivorous. However, Deer players love to loot the gardens that human mains create in cities and suburbs, and because of that are extremely common at the edges of city biomes. However, they struggle to survive further in because of one of the main obstacles, roads. Because they have no way to climb or fly, they often have to cross roads by making an awareness check, which they often end up failing. However, even at the edge of cities, when things get crowded, deer don't do well, developing chronic wasting disease, although this is mostly due to a random bug in the deer's code, which I hope gets patched out soon. Next on the tier list, we have the first of many birds. Because of their high average intelligence, birds tend to do quite well in the city meta. This includes even the weakest bird builds out there, like the pigeon, which is on the low end of average in terms of the bird's stats. Still, being below average intelligence for a bird still puts you well above the average overall, and pigeons are great at making use of it, mostly for superior aerial navigation and for recognizing the human mains that tend to host drop parties most frequently. While their street smarts are solid, their combat potential leaves a lot to be desired. Pigeons get bodied by basically every other build in the city meta, and for that, they're stuck in D tier. The next build on the list is another bird, one that's opted for a tank type build, the goose.
Better not make any void
Now, I've actually got
boy.
a full video dedicated to geese, so I won't spend too much time discussing them here. But geese are actually one of the few builds in the game that had a nearly dead player base, with numbers dwindling before they started joining city servers. However, with the introduction of city parks, geese have risen to prominence more so than ever before. With that said, as intimidating as they can be, they're easily defeated as long as your build can resist their intimidation abilities. They pose no real threat and don't really compete for the best loot either, and for that reason they're also in D tier. In C tier, we have a build that's had a bit of breakout success in the city meta, the Coyote. Coyotes hold a low tier spot in the prairie and forest meta, mainly due to their inability to deal adequate damage to other players. However, most of the Coyote's competition struggles in the city meta, while the Coyote's excellent intelligence stat allows it to do quite well here. And in the city, potential targets for the Coyote sport much less impressive combat stats. Coyotes are one of the few builds with a favorable matchup against the House Cat build, one of the main matchups to consider in the city meta. This can work against the Coyote sometimes though, as human players don't take kindly to Coyotes attacking their vulnerable players in their party.
No.
Still, C tier is a higher placing than I gave to Coyotes on the Canine tier list I made, meaning I think the Coyote build is more effective in the city than anywhere else. Next we have the Gull, a build very similar in playstyle to the Pigeon, but with a bit of added bulk, enabling it to survive attacks that would mean game over for players in the lower weight class. Although they're excellent scavengers, because this build was initially developed by carnivore players, its combat abilities are strong enough to enable it to take down other players if need be. This build does best in coastal cities, but really is solid in just about any city, and ranks at high C tier. In B tier, we have the Feral Hog, another build which had a bit of breakout success in recent times. Feral hogs are the bulkiest build on this list, and because of their bulk, they've got essentially no unfavorable matchups against the other non-human city builds. They are easily the safest build to play when it comes to having to fear combat from other players, unlike coyotes, which humans only perceive as dangerous, but really are far too weak to pose a threat to them. Feral hogs legitimately are dangerous to humans. Because of this, I would expect the human player base to start calling for bans, and react quite aggressively when a hog's presence is discovered.
Holy hell, it got smoked!
Still, with one of the highest intelligence stats in the game, the hog build can quickly learn to navigate cities. Perhaps their worst detriment is that they require a lot of loot to sustain, and since they can't climb, they may run out of all available loot rather quickly. Last in B tier we have the squirrel. Squirrels have the highest arboreal mobility of any build in the game, and this mobility translates quite well to traversing buildings and power lines in the city biome. While they aren't tanks by any means, their thick fur does mean they can survive more damage than your average rodent build. Generally, they don't need to worry about this though, as their agility should be more than enough to allow them to escape most dangerous situations, and enough to allow them to bypass most obstacles and claim the best loot available. While there's certainly no powerhouse, there's no question that when it comes to traversing the urban biome, squirrels are near unparalleled. One of the biggest risks to squirrel mains is that their regenerative tooth ability forces them to use them every so often to damage structures, and gnawing on the wrong thing can mean game over for an inexperienced player. First in A tier, we have the raccoon. I see the raccoon build as sort of a direct upgrade to the coyote, at least in terms of its viability in the city biome.
Next to something else I think is going
It
to go in A tier.
boasts similar DPS and intelligence, but is also omnivorous, has much better climbing abilities, and also has better stealth. Raccoon players have a reputation for making some of the best thieving builds in the game, and this is no mistake. Raccoons can get into just about any container, and their sense of smell is so good that there's basically no way to hide loot from them. One thing to note is that raccoons are a high skill ceiling build with a low skill floor. Despite the fact that the raccoon has all the tools it needs to succeed in the city meta, their average lifespan is only about 2 years despite having a maximum around 20. On a similar vein to the raccoon, next in A tier we have the monkey, another highly adaptable and versatile build, which combines the intelligence of the hog with the mobility of a squirrel to create a build perfectly capable of mastering everything about city gameplay. Monkeys are one of the few builds with an intelligence level high enough to directly interact with humans, whether that be stealing from them, trading with them, or even just generally socializing with them. The monkeys' main weaknesses, which are their low defenses and high food cost, are also somewhat mitigated by cities, since high-value loot is abundant and the predators that could take advantage of the monkey's low defensive stats have a tough time traversing cities uncontested. However, it's important to note that due to a monkey's size, the climbing obstacles in cities aren't always as safe as they seem, so knowledge of how to traverse them is paramount. In top tier, we have two builds which really have total command of cities, as well as nigh untouchability from the hazards common in cities. The first is the corvid build, including crows, ravens, and magpies. These builds, which are tied with parrots for the highest intelligence level of any bird in the game, are masters of the city meta. Similar to monkeys, their main weaknesses of low base stats, other than intelligence and mobility, are less of an issue in the city. In fact, corvids play very similar to monkeys in basically every way except that corvids have the flight ability. They too can interface with humans with ease, but unlike monkeys, corvids don't have to worry about obstacles like roads or power lines. In fact, corvids use these to their advantage. Roads in particular can be used to access loot that would be otherwise inaccessible to a build with such a low power stat, whether that be loot from tough tree nuts or from players who didn't have the skills necessary to traverse those deadly roads.
Wow.
This was probably fairly predictable, but there's no question that the best city build in the game is the rat. While they don't have the flight ability, the rat's powerful incisor teeth give them the ability to forge their own paths through cities, being able to gnaw through pipes and even concrete. Their extremely quick spawn rates ensure that, once established, a rat player base will be able to leech off of human loot for as long as there's loot available. They're also excellent swimmers and take very little fall damage, so in a lot of ways, rats are even better suited to cities than humans are themselves. But more importantly, rats are smart enough to learn to avoid traps that humans deliberately set for them. Intelligence really is everything when it comes to the city meta, far more important than stats that are normally must-haves like power and HP. If you're interested in learning more about intelligent animals, I recommend you check out Super Smart Animals, a documentary about the heights of animal intelligence on CuriosityStream. It's an awesome 2-part series that covers both practical strategic intelligence and also goes into the social component of intelligence, something I'll be making a video about in the future. So if you want to try to...
Have you ever wondered how the glistening tinsel on your Christmas tree came to be? The enchanting story of the Christmas spider offers an endearing
boy.
explanation for this holiday custom. Rooted in Eastern European folklore, with its roots often attributed to Germany or Ukraine, this cherished narrative recounts a miraculous occurrence that transformed our Christmas tree decorating traditions forever. In a quaint village nestled among the snow-covered hills, there lived a poor widow with her 3 young children. Their humble abode, a cosy wooden cottage, was filled with love, but little else. As the holiday season approached, the air in the village was abuzz with excitement and festive preparations. However, in the widow's home, the atmosphere was sombre, as she couldn't afford the luxuries that made the season bright for others. Despite their circumstances, the widow and her children eagerly anticipated Christmas. The children dreamed of a beautifully adorned tree, like the ones they had seen in the market square. With what little they had, the mother managed to acquire a small, sparse tree. She and her children lovingly decorated it with whatever they could find. Ribbons, paper chains, and a few candles. It wasn't grand, but it was theirs, and they cherished it. High in the corners of the cottage, a family of spiders had made their home. They watched the widow and her children with great interest, particularly fascinated by the Christmas tree. On Christmas Eve, as the widow was doing her final cleaning, the spiders,
Those don't
not
look
wanting to be
terrifying.
in the way, scuttled into the highest corners of the house to hide.
Thanks, AI.
As the night deepened, the widow, exhausted from her labours, finally settled into bed.
I'm not
her
even
heart
scared of
heavy
spiders,
with
but
the
those look
thought
weird
that
as
she
hell.
couldn't provide a more festive
And
tree
creepy.
for her children.
Terrifying.
The
Nightmare
young
fuel.
spiders, empathising with the family's plight, decided to do something about it. As the clock struck midnight,
Works on
the
Craig.
youngest spider descended from its hiding place and began to spin a
Matthew
delicate
decide.
web around the tree. Inspired by the little spider's initiative, the rest of the spider family joined in. They worked tirelessly, weaving their silken threads around every branch, creating intricate patterns that glistened in the moonlight streaming through the window. By the time they were done, the entire tree was veiled in a breathtaking blanket of webs. When Santa Claus arrived, he was taken aback by the sight. The tree, under the spider's craftsmanship, was a sight to behold, but not in the way one
Terrifying.
might expect a Christmas tree to be. He understood the love and effort the spiders had put into their work, and recognised the widow's longing for a beautiful Christmas morning for her children. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, Santa smiled and raised his hands. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a spell, turning the spider's webs into strands of shimmering silver and gold tinsel. The transformation was magical. The tree sparkled and shone like a beacon of hope and joy. On Christmas morning, the family awoke to an astonishing sight. Their once modest tree now glittered magnificently, bathed in the morning sun. The children's eyes widened in wonder, and the widow's heart swelled with joy. It was a Christmas miracle, a testament to the
A
unexpected
Christmas
ways in
miracle.
which blessings can come. From that day forward, tinsel became a cherished decoration, symbolising the magic of Christmas and the generosity of the humble spider. In many homes, a spider ornament is hung on the tree, a reminder of the Christmas
The hell
spider,
is even
whose
that?
act of kindness brought beauty to a family and inspired a beloved tradition that continues to bring joy to many. during the
Totally, I
holiday
believe
season.
it.
Thank you for joining me on this heartwarming tale of the Christmas spider. As we wrap up, remember the joy and beauty that small acts of kindness can bring, just like the spider's gift to the family.
Wow.
If you loved the story, like and subscribe for more stories and legends. Stay warm, cherish your loved ones, and keep the spirit of this beautiful legend alive in your hearts.
Thanks, Troy.
Merry Christmas.
Moving on. Master Bob, you sent this in.
Okay, these people
Pranking time.
are selling their nasty gas stove.
Okay. Is that what it says?
No. It says Nat.
Hello? Hello, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm calling about your nasty ass stove.
The what?
The nasty ass stove. Did you have a gas stove available?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Yes.
I'm in your backyard.
It's a
right now.
Tappan brand.
That's from the video, by the way. That's not
It's
me.
a Tappan brand. It's in pretty good shape. It works good.
Okay, all right. And it's gas.
It's natural gas.
Okay. And what? So like I have to hook it up to the wall or something?
Yeah, you got to have the gas line come to it. It will not work on propane. You'd have to change the orifices and everything.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and put propane on it. I got a
You'll
converter.
have to change the
converter.
Okay.
Okay then.
Okay.
Sir.
Will that work?
I think what you got to do that, you got to change the orifices in the stove.
I'm just gonna use duct tape.
Do what?
I'm just gonna use duct tape. So how much is this gas stove?
Going to use duct tape for what?
Yeah, I'll just use duct tape and hook it all up in there.
Well, that's your business there. If you want to buy it, I'd take $50 for it.
Okay, well, 25 in case I kill myself. I could
is
die.
Is this some kind of prank or what?
No, I'm not pranking you, sir. I'm just kind of concerned. Like, I'm going to be using duct tape. Is that going to hold with the natural gas? Well, no, I'm going to hook up propane to it.
Like I said, to do that, you got to change the orifices in the stove.
Can you say the word orifices
they're
again?
Different. Do what?
Can you say the word orifices again?
There's mechanisms in there that control the gas.
How do I know you're not lying to me?
Well, I know what I'm talking about. A propane stove cannot be hooked to natural gas, and a natural gas stove cannot be hooked to a propane
orifices, you see.
I'm going to try it anyway, and I'm going to use duct tape. I'm probably going to die.
Well, I'd take $50 for it.
You're going to take $50, even though you know I'm going to kill myself?
Oh, that's your prerogative, dude.
Okay, that's what you're going to tell Jesus when you die? You'll be like, why'd you take that guy's $50?
I'm trying to tell you, but if you're going to hook it up to propane, that's not going to be my problem.
Okay,
I got a natural gas.
I'm going to do it.
I'm going to do it, motherfucker.
I'm going to use duct tape, you son of a bitch.
Well,
son of a bitch, damn bastard.
Like I said, the stove is $50. Bottom line.
Okay, all right. I mean, it better have some really good parts in there and stuff for me to duct tape things to when I hook this up to propane.
The stove works good.
Okay.
It's hooked up. I'm living in an apartment complex here in Slater now. The stove is at my house across the town that my wife's going to try to sell it out from underneath and we're getting a divorce. So.
Okay, I'm probably going to end up just blowing this whole thing up and myself with it. But you'll still take my $25?
That's your business.
I'll take your $50.
Okay, and then like, what do you say to Jesus when he's like, you just wanted to make $25 from that guy, and you know, just for him to kill himself, and you knew he was going to kill himself. What do you have to say for yourself, sir?
None of your business.
Should we let you into heaven? Or are we going to make you go through the hell door? Oh, this does not look good, sir. You're not saying anything. You're gonna end up going to hell.
I'm saying I got a stove for sale, and you're talking about you're gonna use duct tape and you're gonna blow yourself up.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill myself. It's not my fault. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know shit about stoves.
You need to go to an appliance store and get different orifices for it. They bolt in and out real easy, and everything's going to be good. Your stove will work good for you on natural gas.
I'm using duct tape.
Well, that's your.
And I keep candles lit in the kitchen, and it's going to blow up. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, mister. You're talking about, like, you want to buy a damn stove and blow yourself up.
Oh, I'm not trying to. I just don't know any better. I don't know anything about stoves or orifices. You need to work on a good speech to tell God or Jesus or whatever for after you die, because that was you didn't even say anything to me. You got to figure out a good excuse on why you took my money.
A good excuse, my man.
There's no excuse that I took your money. You called me and asked me if I had a stove for sale. Yes, I got a natural gas cook stove. It's
You're going to be in trouble
brand.
with God, though, after you die. Because I'm just going to kill myself with it. How could you? How could you do this?
You better get in touch with Jesus instead of preaching this shit at me, mister.
Well, I'm not the one trying to kill people.
I'm not trying to kill anybody.
It seems like you are. You're going to take my $50 and then because you're going to give me the stove for $50. You're making money off of it, off of my death.
No, the death part's going to be on you.
Oh shit, Jay, you see that?
Listen here, sir. Have you ever seen the movie Mannequin?
I got, Jenny? Yeah.
All I know is
it's where he works in a department store.
God. I thoroughly believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
Oh, well, then I think you need to work on your speech then, and try to figure out a better excuse for why you took my money and watched me drive off with it, knowing I was going to die soon.
All I got to do is tell you what you need to do is go to a hardware store what deals with appliances and stuff like that and buy these pieces. I'm selling I ran the ad as a natural gas stove.
Sir,
if you're going to look at the propane,
never watched Mannequin on VHS.
Well, if you're not listening to logic and reason, you don't know anything about stoves. Apparently,
you're not even answering my question.
I know about God, and I know about Jesus, and you're going to try to preach this shit to me. That how's it going to be on me after you turn this stove on and it blows up? It's like
stove ain't nothing to be, man.
What if I cripple myself for life? You're gonna.
If you listen to what's being fucking told to you, mister, you are going to cripple yourself. If you're that goddamn blissfully ignorant to not listen,
they should know.
Listen here, sir.
About if you're going to look at the propane, that's on you, dude.
I'm coming to your house
You're looking
tonight.
to kill yourself. You're suicidal.
Hey, I'm coming to your house tonight, and I'm bringing a copy of Mannequin on VHS. We're going to watch it.
You ain't coming to my house.
Yeah,
There's no trespassing signs on that house.
We're going to watch Mannequin together.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are on VHS. Do you have a VCR?
No.
I'm going to bring a VCR.
We're going to watch TV at that house.
Just really throw this guy.
If you get on that property, there's no trespassing signs on it.
Have you ever heard of the movie? Like, he works in a department store, and he falls in love with the mannequin because it comes to life. And it's a supermodel mannequin.
Look, this is turning into like chaos right here now. It's blissful ignorance what you're trying to say to me about me.
All right,
look, if you want to buy the fucking stove, buy the fucking stove. It's $50.
Okay, I drive a truck.
It's $50 for the stove.
I drive a truck. Do you have a pencil?
You bring a truck. You bring a truck. We get it out of the house. You can do whatever you want to do with the stove after that. It's not on me.
Okay,
the stove works good. I'll show you the stove working.
Be reading the paper. Be reading the paper tomorrow. To see if anyone dies from a deadly explosion. Hey, do you have something to write with?
That's gonna be on you.
Okay, do you have something to write with? A pen or a pencil?
Man. Yeah.
Okay, you ready? You ready?
What?
Okay. It is 537 08
537 08.
Yes. 9165.
9165.
Yeah.
What the fuck kind of phone number is that?
That's my social security number. Why'd you write that down? Are you some sort of an identity?
I thought you give me a phone number.
Well, that's my social security number. I can't believe you have that there. And you wrote it on paper? Sir, what are you going to do with my social?
Sir, why are you doing this?
Well, am I going to go to your social?
Yeah.
I'm going to tear this up and set it on fire in my ashtray. Why did you give me your social? I asked you for a phone number.
The arson investigators, they'll piece that together and they'll see that it's my social. And you know what they'll say? They'll be like, oh, that's that guy that blew himself up with the oven.
Oh no.
That went on forever.
The guy was awesome.
Thank you for that, Trimester Bob. Time for a nice little segue into this. Hell yeah. Let's get a pause of that. Oh, real quick. Let's go back just really quick to take a read of what that said. It's nothing about seducing men, it's about embracing womanhood. Oh, very nice. By D. Von Trees. Dita Von Trees, excuse me. Moving on.
Bud Spencer and Terrence Hill. You've probably
Set
never
this
heard
in
of them.
strong.
Even me, knowing a lot of different things, I'd never heard of them. So I did a Google on them and found out they were this duo that did a lot of action and comedy movies. So then I heard about this game called Slaps and Beans. You heard it. Slaps and beans. I don't have actual beans to eat, or I would. And you're probably going, what is this? Well, let's find out on the next What to Expect.
A beat 'em up.
So Slappin' Beans is a classic side-scrolling arcade beat 'em up. You take in the two main characters and you walk them across the screen, pummeling as many bad guys as possible. And boy, oh boy, is it a lot of fun because they throw in that kind of Three Stooges comedic type battling and slapping and hitting that just makes me smile. And that's also to go along with its visual look. It reminds me, and maybe it's made with the engine, it reminds me of like a Scum point-and-click game. You know, stuff like Monkey Island. The art design is exactly like that, except instead of being a point-and-click game, it's an arcade brawler, which makes it even cooler, because it's like, I don't think I've quite seen a brawler with these graphics. And I love it. I love the style. I've never seen the guys' movies, and guess what? I'm going to now because this game has me interested. It's a great thing how media works like that sometimes. I'm going to check these movies out because I've heard they're actually really classics from the 1970s, and I'm actually really interested to see what these movies were because I love this game and the humor and the setting. Some levels are set in like a Wild West, and then you find out that they're just filming a movie, and then their girlfriend is captured. And all this crazy stuff is happening with gameplay, again, that is reminiscent of like Final Fight, TMNT. And then you've got mini games. You sometimes have little shooting segments, you have racing segments, you have like little DDR hot dog eating contest segments. You heard that right, DDR hot dog eating contest. I mean, this game is just full of charm and just style, and it's just, I was smiling ear to ear. You know, you've got your Western setting, you've got your modern city setting, and you've got like your adventure, you know, outdoors, Indiana Jones setting. Absolutely adore this game. Now, okay, devs, if you're listening to this, I will say, it would have been nice to have voice acting for this because I think that would have just pushed it over the edge. But I can kind of understand why you wouldn't have wanted to do that for the main characters, since these are real actors that were being portrayed in the game, and you know, maybe you couldn't get voice, you know, look like, sound alike, and maybe that's part of it. So I can understand, but I feel like that would have just taken this game to the next level. But other than that, like I think I don't really have any other complaints. The variety in the beat 'em up stuff is great, from going on a train and having to hit a button to duck to the mini games like driving the car. Now I will say maybe like some of the mini games weren't as fun or fleshed out, or maybe a little overdrawn. Like the DDR style hot dog thing was fun and funny. It just, I think, went on a little too long.
Now take a listen to this.
And
I
the
open
car
Holly
scene
Jolly.
specifically too,
There we go.
where you're trying to chase down that car,
nice.
the big van. That I don't know. I felt like that was a little bit more frustrating because cars would just keep, you know, getting in the way. Get out of the way. But really, this game is like a big surprise. As a fan of the genre, someone that grew up playing the X-Men arcade game, the Turtles, the Simpsons, Aliens, this game is like something, a hidden gem that just suddenly appeared. And the name might be funny, Slaps and Beans, but man, I'm telling you guys, if you like beat 'em up arcade brawlers, I'm telling you, please
play as Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer.
Check it out. It is a little pricey, I think. It is also a little pricey. $20 is a little pricey, because obviously this game's not exactly super long. But if you're like me, and you do like these kind of games, I always play these games a lot, because they're very quick and fun and just kind of that's great. And it's got a co-op, so you've got that going for it. So really, I mean, if you like the genre and you want to support something interesting, and then also maybe check out the movies, this is it. This one is awesome. Total surprise. I just saw it on the shop. I reached out to the devs. I was like, hey, I'm interested in this. Could I cover it? They said, sure. Yeah, and it's on Xbox, it's on PlayStation, it's on Switch. You got it. It's out there. So again, this might be something you're browsing the shops and you're like, I'm not really sure what this is. Well, let me tell you, it's awesome. It's just freaking awesome. That is all the time I have for today, folks. This is Justin signing off until the next video. And
thanks for that, Strong.
Now I want some hot dogs and beans, and just don't slap me.
Let's get some beans in your life. Next video will be on ramen. Here it comes. It's Comin. Christmas Nights into Dream. Sega Lord X.
In the summer of 1996, Sega released Nights into Dreams for their 32-bit Saturn console. This 2.5D adventure was Sega's answer to games like Super Mario 64, not to mention Sonic's own absence on the platform. It starred Knights, a jester-like creature trying to help two children defend the dream world of Knightopia from the evil wise men. The gameplay takes place on a 2D plane that sort of wraps around each course in a circular fashion. These courses are set up so you have to collect orbs, and once you collect enough of them, you got a boss fight. It had an incredibly complex scoring system if you wanted to explore it, and even some cool subsystems involving the creatures that inhabited the lands of Knightopia. Sega also developed the system's 3D analog pad around this title, which was also packed in with certain versions of it. It was a visually appealing game that had a unique sense of style as well. While most of the gameplay wasn't truly 3D, the engine was smooth, fast, and with an art style that was as different as anything that entire generation. It was well received by most publications as well as Saturn owners, and its popularity endures today. Most of you already know everything I just said, so why am I telling you all this? Well, later in 1996 around the holiday season, Sega decided to make one of the coolest demo discs this hobby has ever seen. And believe it or not, they gave it away absolutely free. In this episode, we will be looking at Christmas Nights into Dreams, Sega's gift to old and new Saturn fans alike.
That music is pumping.
Back in 1996, there were multiple ways to get Christmas Nights. It was given away with some magazines. In fact, that's how I got it myself, thanks to Next Generation. You could also get it by buying a Sega Saturn game around that time. These discs came in paper sleeves with no instruction manual. In Japan, it was packaged in with the system itself as a special promotion. This release came in a full jewel case like other retail Saturn games in Japan, complete with an instruction manual. Every region had its own disc variant as well. The US and PAL releases were decent, but the Japanese frosted white disc is a beauty.
Holy shit.
This release also tends to be the cheapest one to obtain, usually no more than $20 or so. The US and PAL paper sleeve releases go for much more. The nice thing is that the Japanese version suffers no major language barrier issues, so if you have interest, that's the one you want. If you're wondering what makes a demo like Christmas Night so special, you only need to play around with the internal clock of the Saturn. For most of the year, it's just Nights into Dreams Limited Edition. There's not a lot special about it on the surface. It's the first level of the full game, a boss battle, and that's pretty much it. But what makes this version so special is the sheer amount of hidden and unlockable content the disc has stored away. The first of these bells and whistles is the previously mentioned use of the Saturn's date and time. Depending on the date, this game completely changes its theme. During the winter months, it snows, and at Christmas, it becomes a radically changed experience with new graphics and music while you play. It even changes things up regularly during the winter months by the hour. The time of day changes the background and other visual cues. You don't get just Christmas bonuses either. Valentine's Day and a few other holidays prompt some changes as well. Christmas Nights just keeps on giving too. There are a ton of unlockable modes, art, music, videos, and even an appearance by a certain blue speedster. Playing the main games unlocks presents, which grants you access to all this extra content. It's actually quite amazing that Sega went this far, and turning such a simple concept as a demo into something owners of the Saturn still talk about nearly 25 years later. There really had been nothing like it, and Sega gave it away for free to thousands of grateful Saturn owners.
Wow, Jenny, look at you. True, Robin, very true.
The story behind the creation of this limited edition demo is a tale of redemption. Sega had fared poorly in the West against Sony in 1995, and then again against Nintendo in 1996. Nights into Dreams had been their effort to capture the hearts and minds of gamers still on the fence. They wanted to make something easy to obtain and would make a lasting impression for the platform. The idea was initially conceived by Yuji Naka himself, after seeing the Christmas-themed Lemming software. Lead game designer Takashi Iizuka has said the entire project was then put into action as a way to show potential customers just how unique and cool the Saturn was. This little demo also marked the very first time Sonic would be featured in a fully 3D world, predating the other Saturn outings by a year or more. Sonic into Dreams was quite the experiment, and gave the little blue blur complete access to the entire stage available in the demo. You even got an Eggman-themed boss of your very own for this mode. I came away from this with a newfound appreciation for just how difficult it would be to make a fully 3D Sonic title on the Saturn. Even as fast and as beautiful as the engine that ran Nights was, you could see it would take quite a bit more polish to actually make for a solid, standalone title. It didn't matter though, because Sega had done all this for a simple demo, a striking and memorable effort to extol the virtues of Saturn ownership. Christmas Nights, and indeed the full game itself, was one of the Saturn's more unique and defining experiences. To get the most out of them, you needed to learn how the scoring system worked, but these days I just enjoy the freedom of flight and the audio-visual presentation. Just soaring the skies of this game is enough to be fun, and immediately transports me back to simpler times. You often hear a lot about the many things Sega got wrong during this time period, but Christmas Nights was an unequivocal success story about giving back to your fans. While it was just a demo to a much larger game, the hidden content, the presentational changes, and the utter and complete coolness of the idea still resonates today with the Saturn community. There are titles out there that can single-handedly define why the Saturn was so special and so different from its competitors. Whether you love, hate, or fall somewhere in between on Nights, it's pretty easy to understand how this game set itself apart. Us Saturn fans may have been in the minority, but we certainly didn't lack for some incredible memories. I'm Sega Lord X, thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you next time.
Hey,
everyone.
Seth here. Today, I'll be covering an older game that, at the time, was considered the best conspiracy simulator on the market, Deus Ex. Looking back now, it was a scarily accurate prediction of the future. Despite being made a full year before the 9/11 attacks, Deus Ex depicted our world in 30 years as an authoritarian dystopia. In other words, they were 30 years off. In this bleak future, there's only the super wealthy and the super fucking poor. The only food available is candy bars and soybeans. The only safe drinking water is orange soda, and 10 packs of cigarettes are now strong enough to kill you instantly. For this reason, secondhand smoking is now the preferred method of postnatal abortion. Or, if you care about the environment and want a more eco-friendly solution, you could also try jabbing your ungrateful spawn with a cattle prod, then put them up for adoption in the ocean. Deus Ex is an amazing game, and I'm glad people pushed me to replay it. You appreciate it more in your man-child years. Anyway, plot. You play as JC Denton. The JC stands for Jesus Christ, Denton. You're one of two nano-augmented brothers trained from a young age to be elite agents of UNATCO, the United Nations Anti-Terror Coalition, which was founded after terrorists bombed the Statue of Liberty. And as expected, everybody thinks it was an inside job to justify increased surveillance and create a supranational entity that could operate outside and above the jurisdiction of individual countries. This This is nonsense. The true purpose of UNATCO is to protect you and all free citizens of the world from terror, a war on terror, if you will. Your job is to investigate, arrest, and kill terrorists across the world, but not talk to them, because that's how they get you. They get in your head. They start making you ask funny questions, and before you know it, bang! You're a liberal. If you shoot on sight and follow orders without question, you'll go far in UNATCO. Also, the world is suffering an outbreak of infectious disease called the Grey Death, and the only cure for it is a vaccine called ambrosia. Well, it's not really a vaccine. A vaccine would treat you, not temporarily halt progression for 48 hours. Did I mention there's not enough vaccine to go around? But just enough to make sure the most important members of our society get it, namely bureaucrats, politicians, and any person with wealth and influence. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? But don't think on it too much. That's for philosophers. Don't be one of those Greek homos. Problem is, these terrorist groups keep stealing shipments of ambrosia, and Lord forbid, if ambrosia gets into the hands of the poor, I'm gonna have a stroke. It's not a pretty world, JC, but we all gotta make sacrifices. Some more than others. A lot more than others. Anyway, I won't spoil too much of a story for you, but let's just say that in Deus Ex, the ruling elite control all of the banking, communications, and biotech industries. They were all in a happy agreement, exploit and steal from everybody else. It was harmony. It was peace. Then, one of them said, "We have an incurable virus. Why the fuck do we need the rest of you?" And now, they are no longer in a happy agreement. Every secret society, the Illuminati, the Bilderbergs, the Rothschilds, the Bogdanovs, Wu-Tang Clan, they're all in complete turmoil, and it's all a grand conspiracy for control of the modern world, for enacting a new world order. Unfortunately, you're caught up in the middle of all this, and like it or not, your choices and actions will shape the world.
Don't think I won't report this.
For better or worse.
By the way, Denton, stay out of the ladies' restroom. That kind of activity embarrasses the agency more than it does you.
Gameplay. It's very good. There's a fuck ton of controls, but they're very good controls. In case you have lost your keyboard since the last video, I recommend getting a new one. The UI records absolutely everything. It's fantastic. You can even add your own notes. Skills are self-explanatory, and as intelligent gamers, you will receive no explanation. Throughout the game, you get assigned to missions from UNATCO, but each location is pretty open, forcing you to investigate and fulfill side objectives in order to progress the main story. You get rewarded for exploration constantly, so there's no reason not to do it. Strangely, the NPCs of Deus Ex have a habit of dropping iPads everywhere containing their banking details and not changing their recovery passwords. Throughout my playthrough, I have encountered not a single person who gives a shit about their financial well-being, leading me to believe that NPCs in this game are actually quite realistic depictions of people living in the first world. Let's talk about setting. Most of your missions send you out to cities. Then, you head back to the UNATCO base on Liberty Island. It's actually really nice to visit UNATCO headquarters in between missions. This is pretty much your home. You can talk with your boys, break into closets, hack everyone's computer, and get sexual harassment charges from HR.
I've already reported you once.
UNATCO. We only recruit the best of the best to keep you safe. As Denton, you can use different tools to meet your objectives, depending on whether you want a loud or stealthy entrance, a trigger-happy or non-lethal solution. At the start of the game, you can even choose a starting weapon. Of course, the only correct option is the Gep gun for silent takedowns. You can equip yourself with whatever you can get your hands on. Some examples are cattle prods, pepper sprays, and Chinese nanoblades that refold themselves 1,000 times each second, just to flex on the Japanese. You get most of your weaponry by stealing shit from other people. You are a bionic superhuman. They can't stop you. Sometimes you'll be forced to pay for certain items or services. This is rarely a problem, since you can get most of your credits by hacking ATM machines. Shooting in Deus Ex isn't so much about speed. It's about waiting in a corner for your aiming reticle to shrink small enough to actually hit your targets. Without training, this takes about a year. With training, this still takes about a year. For this reason, the stealthy approach is much more satisfying. You peek out behind corners, and then you shoot people with tranquilizer darts, and then you run away as they scream and pass out.
By the way, did you see what happened to the soldier we sent into the statue? He turned up unconscious.
No, sir. Friendly fire?
Not so friendly, I'm afraid. I have opened an investigation. Dismissed.
Just be careful, because sound travels in this game, and if you accidentally drop a soy packet on the ground, the seismic tremors it creates will set off every alarm on the level. For more lethal solutions, you could just use a gun, but what's the fun in that? As a nano-augmented god, you can crush people by the sheer weight of your thighs. JC Thicc Denton fills his victims with terror in their last breathing moments. There's plenty of other augmentations you can install, which take up mutually exclusive slots on the body. No matter what you pick, they're all pretty useful, and upgrading them only makes their powers more ridiculous. Throughout the story, you go to a variety of locations and speak to a huge number of people. Even unimportant side characters usually have several lines each, and the dialogue itself is fantastic.
I heard that he was a frequent visitor to this compound. Do you know him?
The Romanos path is closed to Guilos.
JC's perpetual autism also adds to the mood of the game. He's so deadpan and emotionless that he turns serious conversation into unintentional black comedy.
Oh my God, Daddy!
What a shame.
He can't really be... There must be something we can do.
He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
As the story develops and UNATCO gradually gets infiltrated by clandestine organizations, you can uncover a lot more about the plot by being inquisitive. There's a huge fuckton of lore spread throughout minor characters, computer terminals, newspapers, and books. As you learn more, you can start putting the pieces together, find out who's pulling the strings, and practice your Latin. Also, this game predicted nuclear war between India and Pakistan. They're only 1 year away from becoming a superpower.
Look at that cow.
Lord help us all. Real talk, searching carefully and reading everything pays off big. It can even let you completely bypass some of the hardest fights in the game. By modern standards, Deus Ex has the graphical fidelity of blurry vintage pornography, but it is completely functional. However, if it's still an eyesore for you, you can try GMDX or the Deus Ex Revision mod. They both make it very pretty. The sound design is great. Everything sounds clear and crisp, which makes the world feel genuine and authentic.
Are you sure you pressed the right button?
I do not make mistakes of that kind.
Your hand might have slipped.
No, I wanted orange. It gave me lemon lime.
The machine would not make a mistake.
It's the maintenance man. He knows I like orange.
So you think the staff has some kind of plot?
Yes, they do that on purpose.
The music tracks are nice too. I sometimes keep the UNATCO conversation theme playing when I'm calling with the shareholders.
Thank you, Strong.
Big giant cocks.
Deus Ex is wonderful, and it doesn't take too long to finish. It may very well be the definition of a perfect game. I give it an excellent out of however many children I tased during my playthrough.
My dad says you can't get anywhere if you can't keep a secret.
So please, give it a shot. It's very cheap, and it still goes on sale from time to time. It's not for everyone, and by that I mean, if you are an illiterate, subhuman troglodyte, and you've somehow managed to evade the special needs wrangler long enough to watch this video, well, firstly, that's actually very impressive, good job, but you might not enjoy this game as much. But if you are capable of having an attention span, you'll find a plot that captivates you from start to finish, with moral and ethical questions raised that leave you in a slightly higher state of being. Of course, Deus Ex takes a very extreme view of the future, but you must remember that with each day we do not question or challenge our leaders, extreme becomes absurd, absurd becomes implausible, and implausible becomes a reality.
What is it, mister? I'm really hungry.
You don't look that bad. Tell me what you know about the NSF.
I knew it. Someday the NSF is going to win, and I'm gonna give them your description with your stupid shades, and they're gonna kick your ass.
As always, more videos to come, so stay tuned. It will also be much more upbeat. Don't worry, a warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Alright, moving on. Thank you, Tetsuya. Speaking of godless machines, Strong, you sent this in.
I don't know, man. I feel like all the music sound the same.
What you mean exactly, dude?
I don't know, man. Like every song seems to be a remix of a remix of a remix. Like listening the same song forever.
But wait, have you ever heard of the band The Shags?
Yeah. I mean, I love the Shags, but they only made one album and nothing more, man.
Yes, but that's exactly what nobody in the computer is for.
Nobody in the what? What are you talking about, man?
Well, you have to see this new video where they use artificial intelligence and manage to make new music in the style of the Shags.
What is AI bringing about the rebirth of the Shags? I can't miss that, man.
Yeah. So, welcome to...
Nobody in the computer.
Hey there, fellas. Here once again. Yeah. This time, get ready to dive into an exhilarating AI-powered musical escapade.
Well, yes,
because we're going to concoct some mind-bending tunes inspired by none other than the iconic Shags. Yeah, if you're already a fan, you're probably doing a wild, colorful happy dance on one leg this very moment. And for those who haven't yet met the Shags, prepare for a thrilling ride. You're about to step through a portal into a wildly different musical dimension. And you might be wondering, how the heck are you going to generate music in the style of the Shags with artificial intelligence? Be chill, and let me handle it with some incredibly awesome AI tools. Yes, on this trip we're going to fine-tune a model to generate instrumental songs by the Shags, but that's not all. We're diving into the wild world of voice cloning to capture the unique Shags sound and pairing it with a large language model for lyrics as quirky and original as those in Philosophy of the World, creating brand new songs from scratch. What a wild ride. But hey, before we dive into the tech magic, let's soak in some backstory. The Shags have a history that's nothing short of fascinating, and who better to spill the beans than a die-hard superfan?
Oh boy.
Frank, can you tell us the story behind the Shags?
Well,
oh my god, that's
terrifying. In the grand scheme of things, it all traces back to a young chap named Austin, whose ma dabbled in the mystical arts of fortune-telling. She, with a gaze that pierced the veil of time, imparted her foresight unto him. Austin, she prophesied, your heart shall be entwined with a maiden crowned in strawberry blonde tresses. Following my departure from this earthly realm, 2 babes will be born, and it's they who shall forge a path in music, creating a band of considerable renown and success. And, well, the prophecy materialized. Austin married a strawberry blonde and fathered 2 sons and several daughters. Witnessing the prediction unfold, he pulled his daughters from school, equipped them with instruments, and steered them into music lessons. These sisters, never dreaming of a band, complied with their father's vision. They performed every Saturday in Fremont's New Hampshire ballroom, unwittingly living out their predestined musical saga. In their hometown, people weren't big fans of the band, but their father had blind faith in them. He sold some belongings and took them to a small studio in Massachusetts, and one day they recorded what I believe is one of the greatest albums in history, Philosophy of the World. After release, 900 of the 1,000 copies vanished, as did the label's producer and president, leading to the label's demise. About the music within those 100 copies that remained, it represents a pure form of artistic expression, untouched by conventional musical standards. It's a rare instance where the unintentional discordance and rawness of the music create something genuinely new and unexpected. Their approach challenges our perceptions of what music should be, making it a fascinating listen. It's like a jigsaw puzzle where the pieces don't fit in the traditional sense, but when you step back, you see a picture that's oddly compelling in its chaos. That's the beauty of the Shags.
Oh, Frank, a massive thank you. The Shags' tale is quite the intriguing odyssey, much like their tunes. Now let's dive into our exciting venture, the amazing task of creating fresh Shags beats using artificial intelligence. And you know what? The Shags and artificial intelligence have a whole lot in common.
Nah, man, AI Shags, what are you talking about?
Absolutely, yes, AI Shags. But why don't we let another enthusiastic fan of the Shags share their perspective? Kurt, could you enlighten us on how the Shags and artificial intelligence share a unique connection?
Well, the Shags, they were like pioneers, man. Just doing their own thing without caring about the rules. That's AI in music for me. No preconceived notions, just raw exploration. Like the Shags, AI isn't about right or wrong in music. It's about what's possible, you know. It's all about unfiltered expression, no formal training, just pure creativity. Sure, AI is missing that human weirdness, but mixed with our creativity, it could be the next big thing in music. We just gotta find those AI-generated hidden gems, yeah. Human guidance could really make AI's music the new kind of unexpected.
Wow, Kurt, you're going to make me shed a tear, brother. But enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business. The plan is as follows. I worked hard on fine-tuning a model that generates songs like The Shags. How did I do it? I extracted the vocals from the album Philosophy of the World and left only the instrumentals. With this, I fine-tuned the meta music generation model and compiled it all in this notebook. Yes, we're going to nerd out once more time.
Yikes. Not code again, please. Remember, we're artists, not tech geeks.
Yes, I get it, but trust me, this is going to be a breeze. Just look, all you have to do is run these cells right here one after another. Next, we set the length of the music generation, which I've chosen as 15 seconds for starters, and then we dive into the magic of unconditional generation. Let's hit play and listen to what it generates.
Better not be listening, Porky.
Yes, raw, unpolished simplicity with offbeat rhythms and dissonant chords creating a uniquely naive and unconventional musical experience. But let's not get too comfy with our success. I've spiced things up with some conditional generation in the code where it responds to a prompt. How about we test it with techno and see what cool beats it comes up with? Yes, I know, super cool. Kind of a dizzy new wave vibe. I'm in awe. Super pumped and I want more. An idea just popped into my head. What if I pull off a real tech wizardry by splitting the vocals from the album? Yes, I'll zero in on just the vocals of the three sisters harmonizing together, which, by the way, have a pretty quirky and distinctive charm. For that, I'll use another super easy notebook that I'll share with you, which again employs an AI from Meta, Demux. This model separates drums, bass, and vocals and other stems for any song. Look how simple it is. We just hit play on these little cells, upload the audio, and bam! We've got the isolated vocals. With those voices, I train a voice-to-voice model that can transform any input voice into a target voice.
Beaches need drama. Beaches need drama.
Okay, there's a spark in there capturing the unique vocal essence of the sisters. It's like we've bottled their vocal DNA. So, are we all set to groove to some fresh Shags tunes?
But wait a second. The Shags lyrics were quite unique. How are you going to write them?
As always, nerding out with artificial intelligence. This time, we're diving into OpenAI's playground, tweaking the temperature settings a bit to see if we can churn out some interesting, super creative stuff. How about this prompt? Write a super short, naive, and direct song about an ice cream. Simple, quirky, honest, in a structure-free form, unconventional, far from the norm.
Oh, sweet frozen treat upon my spoon, you soothe my burning tongue with a chill too soon. Creamy and dreamy, you ooze, snifter with delight, an icy dance, a sensory delight.
Yeah, folks, we've got ourselves a spectacular lyric in the style of the Shags. Time to bring in Suno for our vocal magic. Here's the golden key. The prompt. Female guitar folk amateur. We'll paste the lyrics generated by GPT, download the creation, then do another stem separation to isolate just the vocal track. Next, we use the Shags voice-to-voice model and mix it with one of the instrumentals we generated earlier. And here we have it, the first single from our new AI Shags album.
I'm fucking terrified.
Absolutely, I'm totally floored too. It kind of reminds me a bit of the Velvet Underground. There's a raw, honest beauty that defies convention, unique rhythm, a refreshing echo
Fucking
of pure,
terrifying.
untamed creativity, delightful musical journey, unbound by rules. Hungry for more tunes? Listen to this next one.
No.
Bitches need trouble. She's smiling salted funnel. A luxurious garment. We went the war farm.
Frog did Dakota.
Thou swear, not a silver despair. Life's in sun-dried skin. Each chair soda with
Yes, I know. It's like fresh air turned into a song. Just one more for the road, and then no more mischief, I promise.
Abandonedly.
in my Pink Panther t-shirt worn. To travel bizarre, to adore. In your chart, Pink Panther t-shirt braid. Rebel above the simplest shade. Impress others, rad and rain.
Yes, absolutely stunning. Music from the soul, crafted with artificial intelligence.
Fucking terrifying.
We should feel grateful to be living in such a marvelous era. What a beautiful moment for music
from
and
the
art.
mere people
What a
dimension.
splendid time for humanity, dear friends. Before I jet off, I've got to give a massive shout out to the Nobodies Collective. These videos are a labor of love, research, experimentation, heaps of dedication, and they just wouldn't be possible without the rock-solid backing of the collective. On the fence about joining? Hop
moving
off
on.
and jump in. It's a playground of creative
Something else
goodies,
spooky. We need to get Zach
notebooks,
Baggins up for
exclusive
it too.
videos,
Let's get right
and
to it.
there's
Robin,
even
you
our
set this in.
Discord
Here
channel.
we go.
A hot
Here we go. Analog horror. Holy hell, look at the moon!
Golly, Henry, it sure is cold outside. Yeah, I'm practically freezing my fingers off. Well, maybe you should get bundled up like this cute little Christmas present.
All right. Come along now, children.
It's made by the same guy who did the Walton Files, because it sure looks like it.
I'll get it. I wonder
Maybe
who it
inspired
could
by,
be.
we'll see.
Well, Merry Christmas, Sophie.
Uncle Arthur, you're just in time for dinner.
Here you are, my darling. Paper and pencil to write your Christmas list.
But I don't know what I want for Christmas.
Well, you can always ask for a bigger mouth like mine. That way you can eat more of your mother's famous cooking.
That's it. I know what I want for Christmas.
I killed.
All I want for Christmas is my two front teeth. My two front teeth, just my two front teeth. Gee, if I could only have my two front teeth, then I could wish you Merry Christmas. It seems so long since I could say, Sister Susie sitting on a thistle.
starting to die. I see it.
Then I could wish you Merry Christmas. Gee, if I could only have my two front teeth.
Oh, hi, Satan.
Look, Daddy, I know what I want for Christmas.
I'll put this in the mailbox right away.
That wasn't disturbing. What the hell? Oh, real footage time. Oh my. Someone just got fucking butchered.
I think I ate too much. I'm all full.
You should head to bed then, my dear.
Oh, an ice storm. I was born in one of those, chat, and conceived in one too.
Help me. Find me. Help me. Find me. Help me. Find me.
Woo! Uh-oh. Looks like they're both gone.
Sophia!
Coming, Uncle Arthur. Oh, hi, Mama.
What the hell?
I'm gonna go see Uncle Arthur now. Bye.
Live in the fucking back rooms?
Oh, before I forget, Sophia, your father wanted me to give you this gift. It's rather heavy, but he said not to open it until Christmas morning. All right now, kids. Since your father isn't feeling well, we're going to make him some cookies. Just make sure you keep them away from me. You know how much I love sweets. Cookies are done.
Ooh, I want to see. Let me see. Let me see.
Let's see how many cookies we have. 1, 2, 3,
That's funny, Ron.
4, 5, 6.
It's burnted.
What's wrong with that last one?
That one was imperfect.
I'm full. I think I ate too many cookies.
Just get some rest, dear.
Oh no.
can't find Uncle Arthur anywhere. He's supposed to go sledding with us.
Maybe we should look for...
Death. That's not fucking terrifying at all, no. Oh no. Creepy as hell. For real. What the fuck is that?
Hello? Uncle Arthur?
Also, kid, you're not Hunter S. Thompson. Don't wear shorts in fucking
Dad?
winter.
Mama?
And dead. Oh no. Oh boy. The fucking moon again?
Ava! Baby sister! Ava, where are you?
That's
Ava!
terrifying as hell.
Henry! Mama! Henry! Mama!
Yes.
Mama? You're not my mama!
Him either. Wow. Miss. Holy hell. I see, Robin. Just wow to that, jeez. Jesus, Robin. But it's fitting with the Walton-styled universe for sure. Let's see what we got next. Oh, me.
I'm sorry, were you using that chair? I'm hungry. I wish I had a big ham. Wow, I wish John was here to see this. Yes, this has got to be a dream. I wish it wasn't. Oh. Real bright, Garfield.
Well, sure, I feel the same way about you, Liz. In fact, Garfield, get off the extension.
Got him.
Rap, 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 rap. Yeah. Garfield.
All right, Robin, you sent this in.
Hi, Mr. White Christmas. I'm high on crack. I'm Mr. I see you. I'm Mr. Pain in his back. They call me crack addict. Whatever I touch, so to buy more drugs. It's never enough. He's Mr. White Christmas. He's high on crack. He's Mr. I see you. He's Mr. Pain in his back. They call me crack addict. Whatever I touch is sold to buy more drugs. It's never enough.
I forgot to take Zach Baggins off screen. Excuse me for that. Let's get him out there. There we go. The screen. Listen, Freedom Tunes.
All right, everybody. Are you ready to review the tapes?
Time to see what really happened on January 6th.
Oh boy, here we go.
Stop the steal!
Christmas has been canceled after the January 6th tapes reveal that Santa was among those rioting at the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection.
Leaked phone calls confirm that Santa was motivated by a belief that Joe Biden stole the 2020 election.
I saw all of it! It's in my naughty list! If they get away with it, Trump will never beat the deep state!
He's a lunatic. This man needs help.
I'll help him do a punch in the face for hurting America!
This revelation, coupled with the ADL's 2018 decision to list Santa as anti-Semitic for not delivering presents to Jewish kids, casts further suspicion on all who celebrate Christmas.
We need to do something about these Santa-adjacent Christo-fascists. We've confirmed that just 12 days before January 6th, Santa visited the home of every single member of the Proud Boys and also broke into the home of every prominent Democrat in what we're now calling the December 25th pre-insurrection.
We must stop this terrorism. If elected, I vow to increase funding for the war on Christmas.
Oh, golly, we go live now to Santa's trial.
Doesn't Santa have a right to trial by his peers? What do these degenerate DC urbanites have in common with jolly old Saint Nick?
Christopher Kringle, if that is your real name.
Oh, it is. My question for you is whether you still remember the name Julia Markinov.
Huh? What?
I don't know what you're talking about. You waited for 6 months. I don't remember. Maybe you should check twice. Case dismissed! Case dismissed! We will not be pursuing charges against one Kris Kringle. Merry Christmas!
What the hell is going on here? We are not letting this lunatic go! He's guilty, and the state is pressing charges!
Guilty? Me? Oh no.
Oh, what's that? Your naughty list?
Oh, no. In fact, some might say it's your naughty list, Mr. District Attorney.
You don't scare me.
Well, you certainly scare me. A man with this kind of browser history, deciding the fate of thousands?
That's impossible!
Nothing's impossible with a little Christmas magic.
We're dropping all charges! We will not prosecute this man!
I'm afraid that won't be enough. You're sick men, both of you, and Santa wants to help you get better. Santa wants to help all of you get better. The FBI may have destroyed all the evidence on that little island.
That's enough, take him out.
But I see you while you're sleeping.
What the?
And I know when you're awake. Santa can move very quickly, and so can his little helpers.
Holy hell!
This town has many secrets, but not as many as it thinks it does, because somebody has been watching all along, and the things he's seen have made it very difficult for him to remain jolly.
Just not having it.
Find him guilty of subversion. We find him guilty of crimes against the people. We find him guilty of betraying the society. Guilty. He's too powerful. Our science can't rival his magic.
And what about his weaponry?
We don't stand a chance! His magical workshop elves carved each of those M4s with the spirit of love and good cheer!
And then scratch the serial numbers off. Cut the crap. I want to know who's supplying Santa's arsenal.
He's our only ally in that region. As soon as we confirmed his existence, we began supplying him with weapons and funding.
You fools!
And I've made great use of those stocking stuffers. No!
Well, I've got to hand it to you, Mr. Kringle. I was skeptical at first, but this country's in far better shape than it was before.
And now that I have the NSA under my control, I can far more accurately craft my list.
Yeah. Wait.
That's all it was for?
You saw everything before you overthrew the government.
Oh, no.
You mean you weren't able to see people when they were sleeping? Or know when they were awake?
Don't be silly. That's just to get children to behave. And they're behaving now, aren't they?
So, how had you been making the naughty and nice lists we went to trial with?
I've mostly always just guessed.
How did you know the 2020 election was stolen?
Because it says on QPatriotNewsBlog.wordspot.net that they did it. Trump has secretly been president this entire time, and he's coming to save us. On January 12th, he's going to reveal he was secretly president this whole time. It's just a few weeks away. I just need to keep his seat warm until he decides to return to clean up the mess I didn't get yet.
No.
The entire cabal of lizard people. I can't identify all of them. We aren't finished with the executions yet, but...
How many innocent people have we killed?
Why are you doing this, Richard? So you can go back to being ruled by pedophiles?
I trusted you, Santa! I believed in you.
I know you did. You were on the nice list.
I never should have given you the power you had. I thought you really had something. It was just QAnon bullshit. That's why all those people had to die.
Richard, did you ever notice the part of QAnon that upset the media the most of all is the part that says Trump is still president and not that pedophiles run the government? Is it because they know one of those things is true and it's not the one that frightens them?
Maybe Santa had a point. Everyone knows about Epstein's Island, and that all of our leaders were there, and every mention of it gets reduced to QAnon nonsense. But then I wonder, how much innocent blood was shed during our show trials? How many lives lost in the coup? I'm certain many of those executed were guilty, but we'll never know how much innocent blood has cried out to the ground for vengeance on our behalf. On that day, I vowed never to follow someone simply because they put words to my frustrations, to instead
God!
Ho, ho, ho! I'll be back next year! Merry Christmas!
Good shit.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
Next, Ron
Twas
sent
the
this
night
in.
before Christmas, and all through the house, the whole damn family was drunk as a louse. With Ma in the whorehouse, with Ma in the whorehouse and Pa in the jail, I had just settled down to a nice piece of tale. Went up from the roof, there rose such a clatter, I jumped off my sister-in-law. Well, there rose such a clatter, I jumped off my sister-in-law to see what was the matter. I ran to the window, I threw back the sash, tripped over the shit closet, and busted my fat ass. And what did my wife appear? A fat motherfucker and his stink-ass reindeer. He came down the chimney like a bat out of hell. I knew all at once, that motherfucker fell. He filled our stockings with pretzels and beer and a rubber penis for the family queer. And I heard him exclaim as he rode out of sight, "Fuck you all! It's been a hell of a night. Merry Christmas."
Wow.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
They're running across. They're gonna get killed.
I'm going in.
No, you're not.
All right, okay, we'll talk. Okay, hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Oh,
How you doing?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. I'll be coming soon. Y'all gonna be good?
Yeah.
Y'all better be good. Mom and Daddy, I've been looking about this. I see y'all bad. I'm gonna see you. Y'all be good now, yeah?
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Hang on. Fucking little Mexicans, man.
Don't let them hug you, though. Don't let them hug you.
What to do? I'll shake the hand.
Hi, Dave.
Merry Christmas, Rick. How you doing, buddy? You doing all right? What you want for Christmas?
Candy Mandy.
Oh, okay. Well, you be a good boy, okay?
Okay.
All right, be a good boy. You do. Okay.
You just disappear into the brush.
The fucking nap.
Prank calls, prank calls, prank calls.
Grog sent this in.
Hello? I got a knife, and I'm gonna cut off your penis so I can have an extra penis.
I got a friend here tonight who would find that real funny. Right, buddy? Oh, that's gonna cut smooth as butter. All right. Ready?
Stop!
Johnny.
We're just messing around. We're just doing prank calls. Me and my friend are being stupid.
Relax. It was just a horror movie.
That's so good.
Got
That
him.
was so good.
They don't call me the prank master for nothing.
We should invite this guy over. We'd make the most epic prank.
Hey, Mr. Prank Master,
Why don't you come over and prove it?
1634 6. Everything we need is right here. And
There's also Sky Corp home videos.
I had my neighbor Melvin on there. He's totally gullible.
Isn't he like a special ed or something?
The Prank Master!
Where is he? I think it's a penis. Let's go find him. Prank Master! Prank Master! Dude, this guy's like nowhere to be found.
It's becoming a found footage horror movie.
Kevin. Not fucking cool. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I'm about to show you who the real Prank Master is. Hey, I'm going downstairs to get some snacks. You want anything?
Oreos and whipped cream, dude.
Alright, I'll give you a whipped cream. Fucking piss me, you whipped cream, you stupid fucking bitch.
Good dog, there he is, the Prank Master.
Dude, what?
Oh, the Prank Master!
Got a fucking knife!
He's coming to get us! He's coming to get us!
Oh, he's gonna get us! He's gonna get us! He's gonna get us! Oh. Don't fucking move. I'm just kidding! That's his gas gun!
Come on!
He doesn't even stay loaded. I wasn't gonna shoot you. I shot him! I fucking shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god, Prank Master! Prank Master, are you okay? He's dead, dude! He's dead! Oh, he smells so bad. I think he's decomposing. Can't go to jail. I can't go to jail, dude. I can't. We were gonna do so many epic pranks!
Man up and do it, Kevin. Come on.
How can you do it?
You're not getting close to it.
Why don't you do it then? Why are you doing it? I don't understand.
Did I shoot the guy? I don't remember shooting anybody.
I think I'm too bitch, huh? You think I'm too bitch to do it? You're gonna let me win. This is a prank. This is a prank. You know I have nothing to lose. My dad lives in a trailer. Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere.
Where are you going with that phone?
I'm not.
Where are you going with that phone? Brandon. Brandon. What do you not get about this situation right now? I have the gun. I have the power. I will make Brandon go away forever.
Okay, Kevin.
What?
Get the gun out of my fucking face.
Dude, I'm gonna put your brains
You're gonna shoot
all
me?
over that wall.
Where are you gonna stay?
I really
Because I know
will.
in your trailer you don't have to
Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh. It was a prank! It was a prank!
Let's go!
I'm not gonna go to jail. I'm not going to jail! That's the craziest prank I've ever seen. That is literally the craziest prank I've ever
I've done better. You know I've done better, so
No, he wasn't even moving.
Bye, Prank Master. Bye. You think we'll ever see him again?
Hope so. I'm sorry, dude. You're my best friend.
Yeah.
You know what we should do? That same prank, but to Melvin.
Yeah! Prank Masters! Prank Masters!
Dude, this is gonna be so good.
Wow. Beautiful, thank you. Professor Bob's in the same. More pranks.
Hey, Big Robin, how you doing, big girl?
Oh, I'm fine. Who's this?
Oh, good. This is Eddie Cross. I'm calling about the cleaning person position that you have.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Is this for cleaning just the apartments after they're vacated or before they're going to be moved into, or would I be providing a cleaning service for the stupid idiots there?
It is a cleaning job. And yes, when the people vacate, you got to go in there and clean. After they've done like any drywall work or anything like that, any paint, then you have to go in and clean and get it ready for occupancy. That's what this job's all about.
Right.
It's not easy.
Can I, do I get to clean the toilets and the bathrooms?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do I get to smell them and everything before they get cleaned?
Who is this?
Eddie.
Eddie who?
Eddie Cross.
Eddie Cross. Okay.
Yeah.
You can smell the toilets. I don't care what you want to do, honey.
Yeah, because what happened was, do you do a background check?
Yes.
Just for violent offenders? Because what happened with me was I used to go downtown and break in the Capitol area, and I would break into cars, but I wouldn't steal. I would just smell the car seats. And I masturbated inside one of the cars once, and I ejaculated all over it. Well, more than once, but I got caught. On camera. They had cameras set up, and they had 4 or 5 recordings of me doing this, and they had a big case and everything.
Oh, so you were ejaculating in the cars that you were breaking into?
Because I had a thing about, it started off where I just wanted to smell the seats, and then I would become aroused, but I would go home and handle it. But then after a while, I started getting more adventurous with it and more sexually aroused. So then
Who is this?
Eddie?
Who is this?
Eddie Cross.
He's looking to apply for the cleaning position.
So I didn't know if that's the kind of criminal background, if that would, I mean, they taught me now, they've taught me now.
We want to know if you've received stolen property, have you done any robberies?
Never.
Things like that.
Never. No, I just got, it was just, just me having fantasies, but I went through counseling, and now they taught me to do 3 affirmative no's. So when I have the urge to do this, I go no, 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 and I think.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
And then I don't, and I lose the urge like that. And I was also chemically castrated, as a condition of my release.
Laughed as they hung up. Alrighty, time for some more tatas. Here we go. Hell's Angels. Put up the dance routines. Here we go. The 70s getting funky in here. Break it down now. Nice booty. Blew out. Santa. Wow. Let's get the quote here. Maybe there's not a quote. Let's see. Apparently not. No quote. Wait, there it is. Oh, Benny Hill, excuse me. Those hot pants of hers were so damn tight I could hardly breathe. That's funny. Here we go. Sent this in.
Can I get some light? My God, what is that?
Hear me out. I don't like that. I don't like that. Someone has to stare at it so it cannot chase us. I'm staring at it. I'm not moving.
Just get by him. There's a door on the...
He moved.
Oh my God. You're so lucky.
There's another one in here.
Louis dead for sure, and the mannequin is now downstairs coming up. Where are you?
I'm back in the main room when we first found the baby man.
Well, that fuck no! Now we've got. Pops, listen to me. Stare at the fucking thing. Pops, are you dead? Oh my God! I have no idea what's behind me. It's a dead end. I hear him. Oh my God! How fast can I run this fucking? Go. Fucking so fast!
Got him. You sent this in.
'Twas a few nights before Christmas, and all through the house, everyone was
Well, I'm scared. character's gonna look scuffed as hell. Maybe not. Let's not look at him further. He look at dented in his head. Carolers, oh no. Devastating wet floor and a shop. Taxi. crush. It's the Grinch. Look, an Eva reference. Get in the sled, Mega Man. With your depression so bright, you might pilot an Eva tonight. That's good, Robin. Man's fighting Frost Duende. Those are just clearly another form of Duende. That's a pleasant noise. That's not terrifying. Kaiju Santa. Wow, Mega Man, what a dick. Merry Christmas, asshole. Fucking fart noise.
Don't forget, it was the NSF that C4 the statue in the first place.
Red Pillen from
UNATCO's here to put the
Thicc
pieces
Human
back together.
Revolution.
Ask me, I think the government did it. They want people to think the NSF are terrorists.
I think the government made the plague on purpose to get rid of the population growth. Number one, in 1945, corporations paid 50% of federal taxes. Now they pay about 5%. Number two, in 1900, 90% of Americans were self-employed. Now it's about 2%. The entire executive branch is hand-picked. 19 of the last 23 U.S. presidents have been members of the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is financed by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. Did you ever ask what it's for?
I don't know if you can mention those names of those big bakers games.
The shoot-on-sight laws. Is that freedom? The more of us you kill, the more that secessionism lives in the hearts of the people. Ever wonder why big car companies pay 2% tax while the guys on the assembly line pay 40? Corporations are so big you don't even know who you're working for. That's terror. Terror built into the system.
Need I remind you that in the case of a national emergency, FEMA has a list of 6 million Americans who will be transported to detention centers? Your tabloids call it RX-84.
Yeah, including the President, Congress, and the Supreme Court.
In my position, I find it very easy to add names to that list.
The whole project of world government, going back to the League of Nations, has been funded and manipulated mainly by wealthy bankers. Remember that the UN itself was built on land donated by John D. Rockefeller.
Oh, really?
The wealthy have always been the ones to profit from one world government. The United Nations' secret goal... Well, this is David Rockefeller's description from a half a century ago.
Oh boy, here we go.
The supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite.
I mean, he's not
and world
wrong, but
banker.
still it's funny.
Everything's so
Big baking at it again.
compartmentalized.
Kaczynski was right about the division of labor. I'll give him that much.
Who puts the pieces together?
Someone who makes a lot more money than we do.
The West so afraid of strong government.
I know it's
now has
real,
no
actually.
government.
It's just
Only
funny because the
financial
game's
power.
mentioning it so much.
Our
Usually you
governments have
mention stuff like this,
limited
the
power by
bankers don't
design.
like it.
Rhetoric? You believe it? Don't you know where these slogans come from? Well-paid researchers. How do you say it? Think tanks? Funded by big businesses. What is that? A think tank? Privately funded propaganda. The Trilateral Commission in the United States, for instance.
People know the government has a vaccine. Riots everywhere.
The same corporation that makes ambrosia also manufactures the virus. Quite convenient.
They're infecting people on purpose, huh?
Executive Order 109090. It lets us take over all modes of transportation.
FEMA can do that?
If the President declares an emergency, Executive Order 109095. We can take over the media.
All of it?
Any and all. Executive Order 109097. We can take command of natural resources.
RX-84.
What's that?
One of the plans. You haven't heard of RX-84?
Uh-huh.
FEMA takes over the highways, police, airports, media, the armed forces.
Wow.
But they still report to the President, right?
Not until the end of the emergency. That's for efficiency. Also, they have plans on the books to arrest 5 million Americans the day the emergency is declared.
Terrorists?
Immigrants mostly. But also anyone the FBI has been watching.
I have seen it since I was a girl, the plotting and scheming of corporations to make Europe into one big country with no separate languages, cultures, or tastes.
It's more than Europe they plan to unify. Some people just don't understand the dangers of indiscriminate surveillance.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
I'm gonna set this and this will be fun.
Don't know about you guys, but this winter has been particularly rough on my side of the pond. It doesn't usually get quite this cold, we don't usually get quite this much snow, and I personally don't usually suffer from this many back-to-back-to-back illnesses. Good grief. That said, what better excuse is there to stay inside
wrap up warm and keep yourself
Yes, I am subscribed to this channel
with
actually
a
myself,
host
Robin. I just don't watch his stuff as
festive-themed
frequently as I
Doom
used to.
mods
But
that
there's
I
plenty
assure
of
you
Doom mods he's going
will
to
in some
showcase. He's a
capacity
good
jingle your
channel to
bells.
find Doom mods.
In
I
terms
totally
of
recommend
getting
him.
into the
His
festive
name
spirit,
is
I can
one
think of
second,
no better
as I get
candidate
it
to
back
begin
here.
with
Icarus
than
lives.
Urban Brawl
Icarus lives. Excuse
Dead
me.
of
Icarus
Winter.
lives.
This
Really
is
good
an
channel.
expansion for Action Doom 2 itself, a really interesting mod that brings Streets of Rage style beat 'em up focus to the gameplay, while Dead of Winter here gives everything a delightful wintry dusting. That said, in terms of content, it's less about spreading goodwill and cheer to all, and more about breaking bottles and stabbing people with the pointy end. You see, this city is rotten to the core, and only one tough-talking, no-nonsense, yet-to-be Doom guy Cobb has the stones to take it to the gangs themselves. And yes, that does include making sure the occasional street Santa gets what's coming to them. So yeah, if you're in the mood for a spot of violent street brawling, and let's face it, who isn't
Oh no, a
during Christmas
multicultural
time,
gang.
then Dead of Winter
The deadliest
will
of them
most
all.
assuredly hit the spot. Oh, and don't forget to give that snowblower a good push around. You gotta make sure these streets stay clean. People could slip. Oh shit, my health has gone downhill quick. Anyway, if maybe brutal urban violence isn't your jam, how about some whimsical, festive shenanigans courtesy of Jazz Jackrabbit Doom Holiday Hell Her. This is actually an additional episode released for Ultimate Jazz Jackrabbit Doom, which in of itself is already a real high-quality translation of that original Jazz Jackrabbit game into Doom. Have covered it previously on this channel, would highly recommend, and as you can see, gives everything a nice wintry festive sheen. You've got candy to pick up, it'll give you armor, you've got carrots for health because Jazz is a jackrabbit, and of course you've got various high-powered weapons in order to defeat your foes, who hilariously are just throwing snowballs at you, so it seems like a little bit of overkill in this particular circumstance, but nonetheless, I'm sure they have it coming. If I'm going to be honest, I don't
They
feel
must
like I sing the
die.
praises of Jazz Jackrabbit Doom enough. A tremendous degree of work's gone into this. The look of it, the feel of it, the music, which was already impeccable in the original, brought over to this. So if you find yourself having a wonderful time in Holiday Hell, be safe in the knowledge that if you need more, the Ultimate Jazz Jackrabbit Doom mod is a 3-episode extravaganza. Maps for days. You know what? I feel like there's been too much quality in this selection so far when it comes to festive mods, so how about a little bit of shitpost dreck? I present to you Angry Anna Shitmas Quest. You want to know the plot? Anna is angry. Angry about coal. And before you damage your hearing, I would heavily advise turning down the volume settings because, just like Uncle Terry used to make, Angry Anna Shitmas Quest contains its fair degree of good old screamer sound effects. It's confusingly written, stopping for an entire section to take pot shots at militant feminists. Features a pony with a chainsaw. The pig from Angry Birds turns up for some reason. It's just generally
weird.
terribly constructed and poorly paced.
All
and
random.
in some cases, obscenely difficult for no good reason. I'm not even sure why I'm even including this in this video, to be perfectly honest. Maybe I just find it hypnotically bad. I just can't look away. So yeah, I'd say forget I even mentioned this one. Play at your own peril. Alright, after that qualitative hiccup, how about we course correct somewhat? How about a saga of maps pitching you against the unholy combination of humbug and demon? That's right, Cyberneser Scrooge. Welcome to
Cyberneser
Doomerboard's
Scrooge.
project number 19, a Doomerboard's Christmas Carol. This is a festive entry in a very long-running series of community mapping efforts that have, more often than not, turned out some pretty damn good collections of levels. I've also got a soft spot for any map pack that includes a hub from which you can either select which level you'd like to tackle next, or at least provide some kind of through line as you go from one to the next. And this here provides its own neat little spin, seeing you traipse around the environment, discovering greeting cards that remind Doom Guy of exploits past. Entertainingly, Cyberneser Scrooge will menace you at various points throughout the course of this hub map, yelling humbug at inopportune moments, but in order to defeat him, you'll have to build up an adequate amount of Christmas cheer, only achievable by completing the full quota of
That's
levels.
interesting, Ramen.
Good
Those are
time,
actually really neat.
uber festive, few snippets of nightmare fuel here and there. Not to mention mildly concerning that Cybernezer Scrooge seems to take all his clothes off towards the end. What's that? You want to keep the festive train going? Well, I did promise 5, and what better to round this out than 12 Days of Doommas. This was a community map pack that had an interesting set of rules for its prospective mappers, that being 12 hours of mapping, 11 shotgun shells, 10 sector limit, 9 elementals, 8 former humans, 7 brainy spiders, 6 power spheres, 5 archviles, 4 cyberdemons, 3 damage floors, 2 key cards, and a BFG. It's quite fun seeing how these particular conditions influence the wide variety of maps on show here during the course of 12 Days of Doommas. That said, a few maps do manifest these conditions in abject bullshit, so don't feel too bad if you're feeling particularly steamrolled by some of these. As previously with the Doom Aboard's Christmas Carol, it draws from a similar wellspring of festive resources that I neglected to mention earlier, that being Bauble Cacodemons. Cacabaubles? Yeah, that fits. Pain Ella Baubles? That's not so good. But what I'm saying is, you've still got all the component parts to get max festivity out of proceedings. You got the snow, you got the little bows, you got the jingly bells. But honestly, out of all of the festive mods that I've featured so far, the last few have been the ones that have made me feel the most cozy. And that's what I'm looking for when it comes to festive
you want that
Christmas
coziness,
mods,
obviously.
the cozy factor. Because I just want to wrap up warm, get comfy, have something warm and tasty to drink with me while blasting away at some demons wearing Christmas hats. Is that too hard to ask? Apparently not, because there is a ton of levels to be played through here. What's more, there is a follow-up called 12 More Days of Christmas, featuring 12 barrels of fun, 11 former humans, 10 beefy barons, 9 charged cell packs, 8 hours of mapping, 7 crushing ceilings, of which is utilized to a infuriating degree, 6 secret sectors, 5 archviles, 4 voodoo dolls, 3 doom cube thingies, of which there are some genuinely cool creations during the course of this, 2 cyberdemons, and 1 bone closet in a trick door. That one's gonna catch you off guard fairly frequently.
That's funny.
If anything, I guess it bears repeating. Abject bullshit continues in 12 more days, and in general, if you're just not a fan of slaughter-style maps, then maybe give it a miss, or at the very least, dial that difficulty way down. So there you have it, a veritable smorgasbord of festive theme maps to hopefully tide you over the festive period as we head into a brand new year full of possibilities and hopefully much less illness. Seriously, I'm so freaking tired of being ill. This video should have been done ages ago, but it's taken me 3 weeks just to get to the point where it's vaguely
Again, like I said, this is
Believe me, there was going to be more than one video this month.
Good channel
I
if you
was
will
trying,
like shit,
god damn it,
sure.
I was trying, but
let's move on to the next
the
video.
fates decided that.
In a world
The Grinch
where
and Witcher.
monsters howl, a chilling
I
display,
believe Nathan
a
sent this
Witcher
in,
twisted
yes.
by mutations led astray,
did send this in.
with a heart as cold as winter's icy pinch, dwells the fearsome hunter, the world-weary Grinch.
Now the gentleman may dress.
Oh.
We do not like garish colors in Nilfgaard.
That's it, I'm not going.
Hot crowd.
Excellent, yeah.
Thought we got rid of that table ages ago.
Now to take care of those pesky memories.
I love you.
And I love you. I'm certain you should play The Witcher. I'm talking about you.
Did Cyril ask you to convey anything?
Cheer up, dude. It's Christmas.
Good shit, Nathan. I do like that channel, though. It's really good.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all the cadets at West Point got hammered, destroyed their barracks, and tried to kill several of their instructors. Today we're talking about one of the greatest military Christmas stories of all time, the West Point Eggnog Riot of 1826. But first, a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by the greatest sporting goods store retail location on the planet, Shields. And if you don't live near one, they have an even better online store that's got satisfaction guaranteed and price matching, so make sure to go check them out. And then of course we have one of our newer sponsors, PermaSafe. They are industrial strength disposable gloves. You can put like a gallon of water inside these things, they still won't break. That's quality jiggling right there. If you actually work with your hands, you need some PermaSafe rubber gloves, okay? You're just trying to get 40 hours on your paycheck. You're not trying to go home and give your wife a UTI. Keep your hands clean with PermaSafe disposable gloves. Now, you're gonna feel some pressure. I mean, Back to the video. Alright, important background info. West Point, the prestigious military academy, was created in 1802, and from 1802 to 1817, it was a complete shit show. It had a terrible reputation for being complete and utter chaos pretty much all of the time. Cadets were allowed to come and go as they pleased, and then when they did show up, they were too preoccupied drinking or dueling one another to actually learn how to become effective military officers. Cue this man, Colonel Sylvanus Thicc. He's going to be hired as superintendent in 1817, and he's going to turn this ship around. He's going to come up with all kinds of radical rules, and because of this, he is regarded as the father of West Point. And when I say radical rules, it was basically just him pointing out obvious shit that we shouldn't be allowed to do anymore, like get drunk all day, kill each other in duels, and you actually have to show up to class. The hardest of these rules to enforce was the no drinking, because there was 3 places to buy alcohol in very close proximity to West Point. They had North Tavern, which was pretty much on West Point. Then you had this little general store type deal ran by a guy by the name of Benny Haven and his wife Leleda. And then right across the Hudson, you had Martin's Tavern. So Thayer, in his war on alcohol, buys the building that North Tavern is in, kicks them out, and turns it into a hospital. Then he instructs Benny Haven and his wife to no longer sell alcohol to any of the cadets. The only tavern left after that is Martin's Tavern, but that's across the Hudson River, so he just leaves a guard on sentry duty at the dock where the boats are 24/7 to keep any cadets from going over to that tavern. That's it. The alcohol problem is solved. Or so they thought, you see, because Benny Haven over here is one of the boys. He was a veteran of the War of 1812, so he keeps selling alcohol under the table, hush hush, to all the cadets. This goes on for a couple years, and then Thayer finally catches Benny and his wife selling alcohol, kicks them off the West Point campus, and the rumor is they are the only 2 people to ever receive a lifetime ban from the military academy. Now at this point, Benny and his wife have essentially lost their job and their home. Pretty much anybody would be begging for forgiveness and promising not to do it again, but Benny and his wife Leleda are the #1 supporting characters in this story because they decide that they're going to buy a fishing shack right on the Hudson River, right outside of West Point, where all the cadets could get to them. Benny's new tavern, though, is only accessible from 2 different routes. You have to either get there by a boat on the Hudson River, or you have to crawl down a 60-foot steep cliffside that has stone stairs carved into it, meaning that it is treacherous for pretty much anybody, especially if you're drunk. And whether Benny intended it to be this way or not, this actually discourages pretty much anybody except for a bunch of cadets that are trying to avoid from being caught from drinking at his tavern. So his tavern is essentially just West Point cadets all the time. The only problem with that is that the West Point cadets don't actually make any money, so Benny decides he's going to give everybody a year-long tab, and he's willing to let them pay off their tab in barter, and the only thing he's not willing to accept is West Point military uniforms. He accepts everything else, including their shoes. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you that a grizzled veteran from the War of 1812 has opened up a bar right outside of West Point, and all the cadets can go there, get drunk, and pay for it with shit that they've stolen. I mean, strategically transferred to his location. So obviously all the cadets love this guy. He's probably the most influential bartender in American history. Any big military name from that era that went through West Point was friends with Benny Haven. Ulysses S. Grant, homeboys. Even Edgar Allan Poe is quoted as saying that Benny was the only congenial soul in that godforsaken place.
That's funny.
So that's the deal. That's where everybody goes to drink and get their alcohol. It's from Benny Haven's Tavern, except for the 2 times a year where the cadets are actually allowed to drink
Poe
on
was
campus,
technically an
and that is
alcoholic,
4th of July
He had
and
a very
Christmas. Fast forward, 4th of July,
alcohol,
1826, all the cadets are drinking on campus openly because they're allowed to, because it's 4th of July, and they get absolutely hammered. At which point they decided that they were going to perform a snake dance. I have no idea what that is, but apparently at the end of it, they ran over, picked up the Commodore of West Point, Major William Worth, carried him off to the barracks because they liked the guy so much, they wanted to kidnap him so they could go drink with him. Because of this, Superintendent Thayer decides that they went too far and that there's just going to be no more drinking ever again at West Point. Fast forward later that year, December 22nd, 1826. It's almost Christmas, and for the first time since West Point's inception, the cadets are not going to be allowed to throw a Christmas party on Christmas Eve and have everybody get hammered on eggnog. So obviously they're going to do it anyways and just try not to get caught, but I mean, worst case scenario, they do get caught. What's really going to happen?
You'll be shot for this? Nah, I don't think so. More like chewed out. I've been
Nah,
chewed out.
I don't think so.
Some of the cadets sneak off and they go across the Hudson River to Martin's Tavern, where they can get a better deal on buying a bunch of alcohol, and their goal is to get at least half a gallon of whiskey for the eggnog. That being said, anything worth doing is worth overdoing, so naturally they end up with 2 gallons of whiskey, and they get caught by the guard on the way back, a private by the name of James Dugan, and they end up bribing him with 35 cents to look the other way. Next day, December 23rd, all the cadets are still stealing food and anything else they could want for this party. While that's going on, the staff have their Christmas party at Thayer's house. barracks. It's at this Christmas party that Thayer decides that he's going to be a pretty cool guy. He knows that the cadets are going to drink tomorrow, but he's just going to turn a blind eye. He's not going to increase the amount of guards or the amount of staff on duty. He's just going to look the other way. He's going to have the same old 2 officers on staff making sure everything's okay. He knows they're going to drink. They can drink. Let them think they got away with it. It'll be fine. So that gets decided, and the next order of business is to figure out what they're going to do with the class fuck-up Jefferson Davis. Yeah, like as in the president of the Confederacy in the future at this point. Apparently he has quite the drinking problem, and he's not very slick about it because he has the distinct honor of being the first student to ever be arrested for going to Benny's Tavern, and he just got back from being hospitalized for 4 months because the second time he got caught at Benny's Tavern, he tried to make a getaway and ended up falling down the 60-foot cliff on the stone stairs to get there, and he's been hospitalized ever since, and he just got back to class. Fast forward again, December 24th, Christmas Eve, day of the party. During the day, all the cadets are going out. They're buying all the fresh eggs, all the fresh milk from the local farmers. Some of them go over to Benny's Tavern. They end up buying an extra gallon of moonshine in case the 2 gallons of whiskey aren't enough. And Benny's wife Lolita also makes them a bunch of mutton, which they're going to take back to the barracks and heat in the middle of the night as a drinking snack while they're getting drunk on eggnog. Eggnog and mutton, which is disgusting to think about. All right, fast forward a couple hours. Everybody's been released for the day. They're all hanging out at the barracks. It's nighttime. It's time to get this party started. They break out the wooden buckets. They start mixing the eggs and the milk and the booze to make their eggnog. The 2 officers that are in charge of everybody, Captain Ethan Hitchcock and Lieutenant William Thornton, are going to bed at like 11, midnight. That's when the party's really going to start. And that's pretty much exactly what happens. Hitchcock and Thornton go to bed, and then everybody else just kind of starts drinking quietly in their barracks rooms amongst themselves, hanging out in the hall, having a good time. And naturally, as the night goes on, things get a little bit louder and a little bit louder as everybody gets drunker and drunker. And finally, at 4 a.m., Captain Hitchcock is awoken by a bunch of noise. So Captain Hitchcock gets up out of bed. He's going to go investigate, but he knows exactly what he's going to find. This dude's been in the army his whole life. He knows it's just a bunch of cadets drinking on Christmas Eve. It's not really that big of a deal. All he's going to do is he's going to go find the first group he can, tell them to be quiet. They're going to tell everybody else, and everything's going to be completely fine. So that's exactly what he does. He goes upstairs to the first of many barracks rooms. It has a bunch of cadets drinking inside of it, pokes his head in the door, and is like, "Hey, shut the fuck up and go to bed." And they're like, "Cool, our bad." And he leaves. He goes back to his room. And that should have been the end of the entire thing. So Captain Hitchcock is laying in bed. Sure enough, somebody starts banging on his door. So he pops up, goes to check the door. There's nobody there. Looks down the hallway. Nobody there. That was weird. Whatever. I'm gonna go back to bed. Lays back down. 5 minutes later, somebody bangs on his door again. Goes over, checks the door. Nobody's there. Looks down the hallway. Nobody's there again. Shuts the door, stomps on the ground like he's going to lay back down in bed, and waits there for like 30 seconds. Somebody bangs on the door again. He opens the door, and all he catches is the ass end of a bunch of cadets yelling, "Tally-ho, Hitch." Okay, now it's on. He was trying to be cool. You guys are being drunk assholes. Now there's going to be consequences. So he goes upstairs. He starts kicking in doors, chewing people out, writing down people's names. He gets to one room. 2 of the cadets try to hide underneath a blanket, and another guy tries to take his hat and cover up his face so he can't write his name down. The dude's under the blanket. He's like, "Take the blanket off. Quit fucking around." Whatever. They take the blanket off. He sees who they are. Okay, cool. Dude with the hat won't take the hat off of his face. He tries to walk past him. He ends up pushing him back into the room, and he's like, "No, take the hat off your face so I can see who you are." And the dude doesn't do it. So he's like, "Take the hat off, or I'm going to take the hat off for you." And then he rips the hat out of the dude's hands, sees who it is, writes down his name, no big deal, goes over to the next room. Now, the logical thing to do here would be to go to bed and deal with your punishment in the morning. However, since they're drunk assholes at this point in time, they decide that since Hitchcock actually touched one of them, that it was an attack on their honor and they needed to retaliate. So they went and got bayonets and knives and pistols, and they were going to hunt Hitchcock down and kill him. Cut back to Hitchcock. He's making his way through the barracks. There's drunk cadets laying down in the hallway. It's a complete shit show. He makes his way into one of the bigger rooms. It has like 20 cadets inside of it, at which point he explains to them that because there's more than 12 of them, this technically constitutes as a riot, and starts reading them the Riot Act before informing them that they're all under arrest. Then, after placing all of them under arrest, he tells the cadet in charge of this like area or this room that he needs to open up all the footlockers so he can find all the booze and get rid of it. And that cadet is like, "No thanks," and he goes and lays down on the floor and falls asleep. At this point, fucking Jefferson Davis, the future president of the Confederacy, runs in, slams the door behind him, holding the door while looking at it, and is like, "Guys, hide the grog, Hitchcock's coming." And then he turns around and Hitchcock's right there, and he's like, "Oh." Damn. At this point, Captain Hitchcock looks at Jefferson Davis and is like, take your dumb ass to bed. And he's like, okay. And then he goes to bed, falls asleep. That's the rest of the story for him. Yeah, Captain Hitchcock literally just told the future president of the Confederacy that it's past his bedtime, and he listened. This man is the biggest gangster in the entire story. Captain Hitchcock then turns around to the 20 cadets that he was just chewing out, looks at them, they look at him, he looks at them, he looks at the guy that fell asleep on the floor, not respecting his authority, and he's like, I have no idea what to fucking do right now. So he just turns around and he leaves. He walks away. And while all this is going on, outside the barracks, there's an active duty private that's on sentry duty over the night, and he's got a drum with him to alert everybody in case like there's a fire or somebody attacks, or he just needs everybody to wake up. He has this emergency drum, and a bunch of drunk cadets come up to this poor private and are like, hey, give me your fucking drum set. So they steal this private's drum set and just start playing it. This ends up waking up the other officer, Lieutenant Thornton, who goes to investigate what's going on. Apparently at this point, the eggnog riot, mutiny, rebellion, whatever you want to call it's really kicked off, and the idea is spread that we're going to kill some of the West Point staff because Thornton is immediately stopped by a student that has a fucking sword. To which Lieutenant Thornton is like, what the fuck are you doing? Put the goddamn sword down. And the drunk cadet like grumbles something, throws the sword on the ground, and then falls asleep on the floor. Cut back to Captain Hitchcock, who has an angry mob of students hunting him, and he has no idea. He's come up on another room of cadets that have barricaded themselves into their room, and he's trying to kick the door down. And he finally kicks the door in, and one of the cadets pulls a pistol and fires, and at the last second, one of the other cadets hits the pistol up, and the bullet hits the door frame right next to Hitchcock. And Hitchcock is like, holy shit, okay, things are getting out of hand, it's time to go get help. Cut back to Lieutenant Thornton, who just got done dealing with the cadet with the sword, and then he hears a gunshot, and he's like, what the fuck is happening right now? So he goes to investigate that, and on his way there, one of the cadets hits him in the head with a piece of firewood and knocks him unconscious. So Hitchcock makes his way out of the barracks. He's going to find help. He runs into Private James Overton because he was looking for him, and James Overton is like, hey, your cadets stole my drum set. What the fuck? To which Hitchcock is like, yeah, well, they just tried to kill me, so obviously things are out of control. Why don't you go get the comm? Now, when he said, go get the comm, he meant Commodore William Worth. However, the cadets that were off to the side overheard him, and they thought he said the bomb, and they took that as he was referring to the bombardiers, which if you don't know, West Point wasn't just a college at this point, it was also an active military base, and on that base was a bunch of bombardiers or artillerymen. And the cadets and the artillerymen absolutely fucking hated each other and had this huge rivalry, and in the cadets' drunken stupor, they took that to mean that the artillerymen were going to show up and start like shelling the barracks, or at least like try to attack them somehow. So they spread the word, and all the drunk cadets start fortifying their barracks for an attack. They're putting all the furniture in front of doors, they're breaking out all the windows, they're loading whatever guns they have, they're getting ready for an actual fight. It is at this point that Captain Hitchcock hears the bugle playing, meaning that it's time for everybody to wake up, or so he thought, because he turns around and realizes that a bunch of drunk cadets had stolen the bugle and were playing it too. He then just kind of stands there for the next couple hours watching all the cadets fortify the building for an attack that's never coming as they break out windows, ruin a bunch of furniture, and then eventually they all get quiet and pass out drunk, waiting for this attack to come that never actually comes. So then the real bugle does actually kick off, and all the other people start showing up. There's a couple of barracks that weren't actually involved. All those cadets start showing up. The rest of the staff, Superintendent Thayer, and everybody is like, what the fuck happened? There's broken glass everywhere. There's mutton vomit all over the place. There's drunk privates out in the field with a drum set. Like, what is happening? So then Captain Hitchcock goes over, talks to Thayer, explains everything that happened, and he's like, what do you want me to do? And Thayer, the dude that knows everything, like total hard ass, he's like totally in charge. Even he's like, I have no idea. So they just kind of go about their day like nothing happened. And then slowly over time, they kind of figure out, okay, well, we have to do something. So they launch a little internal investigation. They figure out that there's like 90 cadets involved in this riot. And 90 is like roughly a third of all of West Point. So obviously they're not going to be able to kick out everybody. So they decide they're just going to take like the top 20 worst offenders and they're going to expel them. And like all but 2 of them were invited back the next year. So basically it was just a for show punishment. Some of the more notable names of people that were expelled include Hugh Mercer, who ended up being a general for the Confederacy in the Civil War. Then you had Samuel Roberts, who ended up being the Secretary of State for the Republic of Texas. You've got Benjamin Humphreys, who was expelled, who ended up being also a Confederate general and the governor of Mississippi. Jefferson Davis famously didn't get a punishment at all. And then you had John Campbell, who they tried to expel, but he argued his way out of it, and he went on to sit as a Supreme Court justice later in life. Which, I mean, you have to admit, between a bunch of future future Confederate leaders getting in trouble for a grog mutiny and a future Supreme Court justice arguing his way out of his punishment. It's some of the best examples of foreshadowing I've ever seen in my entire life. In conclusion, the moral of the story is that if you're gonna do the wrong thing, do it with a lot of your buddies, because they can't get all of you in trouble at the same time, because teamwork makes the dream work, even if the dream is to be an asshole on Christmas Eve. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Happy Christmas, Merry, whatever the fuck you celebrate. Quack bang, out. I'm gonna go drink some eggnog. And Laleda even makes them a bunch. I keep wanting to say fucking hummus. It's not hummus. It's, what the fuck is it called? Damn it! Mutton. Fucking mutton. Why am I getting mutton and hummus in my fucking head?
Thank you for that, Tetsuya. Moving on. Here we go. Ramen sent this in.
Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. I don't know if there'll be snow, but have a cup of cheer. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and when you walk down the street, say hello to friends you know and everyone you meet. Oh ho, the mistletoe is hung where you can't see. Somebody waits for you, kiss her once for me. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear, oh by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas this year.
The darkness grows.
Oh ho, the mistletoe is hung where you can't see. Somebody waits for you, kiss her once for me. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear,
Oh no. Demons.
oh by God, have a holly jolly Christmas this year.
Oh no.
Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of. Have a holly jolly Christmas. I don't.
Terrifying. Okay, other spooky thing. Here we go.
In the Victorian era, things were often deceptively civilized. This, for example, would seem to be a perfectly innocent family photo. But if you look closely, the parents are noticeably more blurry than their daughter, who remains in focus.
Oh no, she's dead.
That's because they were moving. Death photos were a popular trend at the time.
Oh, I was
like
right,
the
it's
much
death photo.
older tradition of creating masks of recently deceased people, photographs were taken of the dead, often posed as if they were still living, because that's the most healthy way to grieve. To our modern eye, this trend might cause alarm, but it was a common practice for decades. Another creepy Victorian trend was taxidermy hats. People literally wore dead animals on their heads. Most opted for birds, but sometimes you would see squirrels or even cats. It's unclear why this became a popular fashion trend among the upper classes, but to be fair, people today get face tattoos. At least you can remove a dead cat hat. I don't know why so many strange and creepy things emerged in the 19th century. It was just a strange and creepy time. Also emerging during the Victorian era was the trend of sending Christmas cards, the first commercially available cards being sold in the 1840s. But as you can probably guess, a lot of the cards sold were strangely disturbing.
That's fucking terrifying. It's Krampus! What the hell?
Well, they were not that disturbing, but they were bad enough to scare children, and weren't exactly whimsical. They feature things like dead robins, strange animal-human hybrids, and children being boiled alive. One of the most common themes was anthropomorphized frogs. Usually they are dancing or having fun together, but one card depicts a frog-on-frog murder. I like to think it commemorates a real-life crime. This one is quite creepy. Something about faces growing out of flowers. Pig ones are always good to see.
Oh, there's you again,
I think because they remind me of my subscribers.
What?
Even the more traditional themed cards can be odd. Ones with Santa Claus, for example. The problem with depicting old men around children is there's a fine line between creepy and wholesome. And I think somewhere along the way they just gave up and made him a criminal.
Chill, Santa, jeez.
I don't know what this is. Another common theme is stock animals turning the tables on humans, which again I enjoy, but they're not really in line with the Christmas spirit. Similar cards show mythical creatures getting ready to attack people, and if you send this to somebody, it's just a threat. Clowns were another common theme that history forgot. You should remember the symbolism of Christmas was still being decided at the time. So rather than relying on older traditions, people just threw out any idea they had, like goats or little devils. Not all Christmas cards of the era were strange. Many were pretty normal and boring, but nobody wants to watch a video on that. I will mention there was a class divide between them though, with creepy or funny cards being seen as lowbrow. Upper class people shunned them, so it's impressive how many of them survived into the modern world. If you want more, I have a board full of them on my Pinterest account. Or you can just Google Victorian Christmas cards. Happy Christmas.
Alright, thanks, Strog. Moving on. There's a bit of a longer video, but it's the Biden got exactly what he asked for. Here we go. He wanted this.
Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America.
And you want
absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America, from then and on, will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing. That's a source of our strength. As I said, we still have problems, but I'm proud of the American record on culture and economic integration. Of not only our Muslim communities, but African communities, Asian communities, Hispanic communities, and the wave still continues. It's not going to stop, nor should we want it to stop. As a matter of fact, it's one of the things I think we can be most proud of.
Fucking awful. Well, don't worry, the places that wanted him are getting him. Are you happy? Because you shouldn't be. You're gonna face your real-world consequences soon by the things you do. I'm just saying, I'm not calling any, like I've always said, I never call any kind of arms or anything like that. Just what's gonna happen. Inevitability does happen. It's from these people they're letting in. I'm sorry. No, the majority of them are not from South America. They are not. They are from the Middle East and from Africa. The places that do not like the United States. possibly places in Asia too, again. So, you know, you wanted it. So let's just send them to you. You want it. You have it. You should have thought about that. You should have thought about that. Exactly, strong. The walls won't hold them forever. The walls that you think keep you safe, no. They passed the biggest wall that was their obstacle because you allowed it. So now your other walls are nothing to that. True. He doesn't. He doesn't think at all. He's a puppet. Always has been, always will be. Even when he could think more. Quote unquote think. Puppet. Exactly. Exactly. That's what it sounds like. Okay, here we go. Time to supper.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this thing. Okay, guys. I come in with my little scoop, all right? And I do a nice little scoop. Ooh, look at you. Yes. Daddy's home. Now I come in with a little smaller tool to just get my hole right. Once I got the right size hole, I come back in with a smaller tool just to clear out. It's like construction, you know what I mean? Come in. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Perfect. Come in and clear out, you see? Now I come in with my candy, irresistible. Okay? Now we can break this into pieces, so we could just stick it in here like that. Perfect. Look how neat she fits. Damn, look at that. Come back again. Bang, bang, bang. So now I grab some pastry dough. Lay that out. Now I will come in here and I will get some nice cuts. Perfect. Perfect. Now watch this. I grab my banana and I pick up this pastry thingy. Okay, so you can start down here and then I come around. Be gentle though, because you don't want your banana to break. And I come in on the bottom again, continuing it. Oh yeah. Now we come back over here. Look at that. Damn. Look at that, homeboy. That's how it's done. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so now we come in with some melted butter. And I do a little paint job on this bad boy, okay? Dude, this looks like a mummy. You ever watched one of them mummy movies?
Hate it, Jenny? You hate him doing this to the banana?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, baby. Cook, cook, cook. Oh, boy! Dinner served!
Look at it, there it is.
Look at this, huh? Look at that. Oh, Lord. Why you give me the spatula that don't work, man? Look at this. What kind of spatula is that?
A challenging one.
Yeah. A little powdered sugar. Okay? You know your boy love my powdered sugar, right? Powdered sugar always makes it feel classy, you know? Oh my God, powdered sugar. Yes. A little bit of chocolate syrup. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this thing. Damn. Dude. So how do you even eat this? Oh. And there you have it. Oh.
And there you have it, homeboy.
We are back in Daddy's kitchen.
This is from actually Oko's old channel. This is Rustic Kitchens. Let me get that spit up for us.
Hey, it's Matthew. I'm not in Jamaica. I'm actually in Canada, not too far from my house. But I am at the famous Daddy's Kitchen. Right in the kitchen! And I'm very stoked to be here because I've been a fan for a long time. We met at a YouTube creator meetup and ended up sitting next to each other all day. And now we're finally linking up for a collaboration, so I'm super excited to be here, and yeah, feel super blessed to be able to do something kind of in my own backyard.
Oh, mercy.
Yes, Daddy. Thanks for hosting me. And you're gonna hear Sasha behind the scenes as well, who you know from the channel also.
Hey guys.
That sweet voice that you don't get to see that much, but
I'm here.
Yeah, she is here.
I am here.
Yeah, go wash the oxtail.
Okay.
Okay, we got some water in it.
Okay.
I'm gonna put some vinegar. I'm washing it with vinegar.
Yeah, man. Show the people them how to wash them meat.
This is a new one for me. Of the 13 years of doing the channel, never did any oxtails. So
Really?
it's the first one ever.
Interesting.
Go over to the sink. And you don't know where it's under. You got to wash it.
Right.
So before we move on any further, make sure you do subscribe to Daddy's Kitchen. I'm going to have the link right below, so just click show more and give him a subscribe and a follow. It's much appreciated. And you won't regret it, I promise.
Very nice.
All right.
Look at how different it already looks by just being washed with the water and vinegar. I'm always amazed at how like it transforms just by being washed. Not true, Daddy.
Yeah, man.
Where do you buy your oxtail, Daddy? Is there a spot around the area that you have a favorite
I
butcher?
bought this at Gem.
Gem Fish and Meat Grocers in Brampton.
Okay.
Shout out to them.
Yeah, always shout out to the
Jamaican owned.
nice suppliers, which I guess you're blessed to have around here. A lot of good Caribbean businesses where
Yeah,
you can
we do.
find the food from
For
home,
sure.
right?
We do. We definitely do. What's next, Father?
It's okay. This is all my natural seasoning.
Mm-hmm.
I have bell peppers, scotch bonnet pepper, a piece of ginger, fresh ginger.
Oh, welcome
thyme,
back, Porky. We're
tomato,
watching Jamaican
garlic,
cooking in Canada.
red onions, and scallions.
Okay.
Okay?
Love a scallion.
So all of these gonna go in here.
Okay.
And my powder seasoning is right over here.
Okay.
All-purpose seasoning, onion powder, garlic powder, seasoning salt, black pepper, pimento, and Sister Maggie.
Sister Maggie is what we call it. Maggie seasoning.
I am well familiar with Maggie after.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And this is my oil. I'm using avocado oil.
Okay.
And this
Lima beans.
lima bean is gonna go into the oxtail when it cooks.
AKA butter bean, AKA broad bean.
Yes.
Ah,
and I
okay.
put some spinners in it also.
Ooh, that's what's making it the 2.0.
Turn it up, man.
Yeah, when we linked up, we were talking about what should we make together, what could be a cool collaboration, and yeah, the first thing that came to my mind was the oxtail. Because it's number one, because it's probably the Daddy fans' favorite. It's one of my favorite foods in Jamaica, and like I said, I've never had it on the channel at all, so...
Which is crazy.
It's crazy, there's a lot of things I don't get done.
I'm so surprised.
Yeah. So to have you as the first oxtail on the show, I feel very lucky.
What is to be must be, brother. Now I'm gonna put on my dry seasoning.
Okay.
Powder seasoning.
Yeah. Black pepper.
Black pepper.
This is always the amazing part to me when you can kind of freestyle it like this.
Yeah,
You don't need a literal measuring spoon, but you know what you're going for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All-purpose seasoning, one
All-purpose,
tablespoon.
1 tablespoon as well.
Onion powder, the same.
Onion powder.
Like it looks nice already.
Right? I try to tell people this all the time, and I think they think that I'm just bluffing. I'm like, no, it's like I know what it's about to be, and I can already see how pretty it is. What's
Garlic
that one?
powder.
Garlic powder, 1 tablespoon as well.
Oops.
It's okay.
You're running away.
See?
Seasoning salt, I'm gonna just use half tablespoon because salt is in it.
I see.
Okay? And Sister Maggie here, I have salt in it.
She's very salty.
Okay? So,
Very
I just put in
salted.
half tablespoon of seasoning salt. Pimento.
Ah, those are big ones.
These are big ones. Right?
Wow, yeah, I see them a lot smaller than that.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna crush it a little. You get more flavors out of it. Some crush, some don't. And then Sister Maggie.
Good old Sister Maggie.
I think that's going to work its way into my vocabulary now, Sister Maggie.
Matthew's gonna be calling it Sister Maggie too.
I like that.
It's full of flavor, man. Lots of flavor in it.
But
Yes.
remind the people them what they're supposed to do before they touch up the people them oxtail.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands.
Okay, so I'm going right into it now. Can you smell that?
Smells amazing already.
Already.
Well, even the side stuff with the onion and the scallion and the garlic and the thyme, you can always, you get a little preview.
Yes, of what it's going to be like.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to cut up my natural seasoning and add it right to it.
Now, can you get away with another kind of onion if you don't have the purple one, or this is...
You can use the white one.
Okay.
But the red onions is much flavor, more flavor in the red onions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at you go, father.
Yeah, man.
Pop your collar.
Oh.
I'll pop it.
Can you guys tell me the history of the channel and how it got going? I know I got to ask you when I met you in person, but for the people that don't know, how did this channel start? It's a family affair.
Family affair,
Yes.
indeed.
I got laid off at my job when COVID comes in.
Yeah.
One Monday, as I was going through the door, the phone rang. And I answered the phone and they said, don't come into work. Restaurant closed, hotel closed. And that was it. And I stay home and I sit down and my daughter said, Daddy, you can cook. Let's make a YouTube channel. And that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And we start and you just take off. You go viral.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And before this point, my dad never watched YouTube before a day in
No.
his life.
Whoa.
Really?
Never. He not that kind of guy, not into like social media, had literally started using a phone like what, 3 years prior to that.
Yeah.
Like nothing at all. And I remember putting up, like, because no one could order any food during the pandemic,
Yeah.
right? In the very beginning, right?
Yes.
And so we were just cooking at home, and like this was the first time in years that our whole family had been home together, like just throughout the day and stuff, because usually he'd be at work. And so I was like, oh, I'll just put it on my story, like what we're cooking for dinner, just for people like me who have no clue how to cook, but realize that we need to learn quickly because of this pandemic. And literally I went to sleep, woke up, and there were like tens of thousands of views on my story. And I was just like, what the hell? I don't even get these views. So then people would be like DMing me. Hundreds of people were DMing me like, hey, like, what are you guys cooking tonight? Hey, like, can you start a channel for him? Because I 24 hours is not long enough. Like, I need to be able to go back to this. And at that time, I was like, start a YouTube channel when I already have so much going on. I was like, oh, hell no. Like, I can't. But then the requests, wow. I just couldn't deny.
Oh, hell no.
And so I said, listen, if we're going to do it, we better do it well. And we did it, and now we have a family of almost 500,000 people. Almost
That's
500,000
incredible.
people.
That's so fast.
Right,
That's,
right.
yeah.
In 3 years,
Awesome.
it's been God is good. God is good. So
All the time.
I'm very, very grateful. And we have such great, supportive audience. They're literally, like, we call them family because they feel like our family.
Oh, I see the comments. They love you guys. I'm reading the comments, and yeah, YouTube is known as not always the most positive place in the world.
Yeah.
But in your guys' comment section, you can tell.
Yeah, I could not say that we have had, like, I wouldn't even know what it was like to have, and not to jinx it, but I wouldn't know what it was like to say that we have, like, negative comments. Like, of course there's a 1-2 people, that's how it go. But for the most part, we don't even have to say anything back. Our family in the comments will be like, listen, buddy.
Yeah, you get kicked out right away. And you start,
don't come in here with all that.
you can start chatting too much.
Right, and we love them, so that's why we want to do the best for them, and we show up every week and give them episodes every week. That's why we're creating product for them. That's why and we're going to start doing events for them, hopefully in the new year. We want to start touring, all types of stuff, so
awesome.
Just so that they can really, like, touch and feel and, like, be able to meet Daddy, because that's been a big request as well.
Yes, Scotch bonnet.
Daddy's like, Scotch bonnet. Call everything
Barehanded. Dangerous. Can be. I grew some real nice scotchies this year in my backyard, actually. Yeah, I should have brought you some. I have so many extras.
Wow.
There's even a few growing right now, and we're in November, right? So.
Yeah.
Wow. Daddy, start growing Scotch bonnet.
Yes.
Look at that Daddy's Kitchen knife. Come on.
Yeah, they look good. They
Thank
look really,
you.
really good.
Thank you.
So we'll link the product below or link your page so everyone can go get their Daddy's knife.
Here.
Daddy's Kitchen knife, I should say.
Okay. Mix everything up.
Look at that go.
Daddy, remember when I was small, I used to be obsessed with oxtail?
Yes.
Loved
Yeah?
oxtail. Like, loved oxtail. It was my favorite meat. What would you say is my favorite now, Daddy?
Big tail.
Yeah.
Stew peas.
Stew peas. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's so funny because when I was younger, I feel like I liked stew peas, but I didn't love it. I loved oxtail. Now, I feel like I'm more of a goat girl. I love a good girl.
You want this to taste
Eats
really
the goat.
good?
Mm-hmm.
Season it from overnight and put it in your fridge.
Yes, that's the trick.
Everything that's soaking.
And if you could do a couple days, that'd probably be even
Oh,
better.
even better. Now I'm gonna put some oil in my pot.
your bougie oil, as we call it, one of the bougie oils. Avocado oil.
Avocado
oils.
Okay. How do you know how much oil to put in the pot?
Experience.
They know. If you're new here and you're wondering why our pot is so big, it's because every meal that we cook for our family. So you're literally joining us in the kitchen while we cook for our family. We have a big family. My parents have 4 children.
I wouldn't call this pot big.
This is a big pot, Father. This is not the average pot.
It's a small pot, man. So I'm going to make this oil hot before I put my oxtail in.
Okay. Perfect.
When I put my oxtail in, I'm not going to just put everything in it. Yeah, I'm going to leave all the natural seasoning first.
Okay.
And brown the oxtail, because if you do it like that, the natural seasoning is going to burn.
Okay. And you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
Okay.
Ready? My pot is hot. See, it's smoking?
Yes.
Hold on.
So now I'm going to shake off all the natural seasoning. It's a little work to do, but you got to have patience. Now I'm going to cover it and let it sweat. And when it's sweat, now I'm going to turn it.
Okay.
Keep turning it till it get brown. Yeah.
How long do you think before you start turning it?
I'm going to give this 5 minutes.
5 minutes before you start turning it, right?
5 minutes, yes.
Okay. I see it's starting to sweat already. A little bit of moisture on the lid there. Coming right back in.
I'm going to show you something, but I tell you, I'm not joking.
Okay. Whoa.
You think that I put water in it. I put no water in it.
Really? It just all came out natural like that?
It's swung its own water.
Yes, it's sweating. And what's going to happen now, it's going to turn brown. This water going to dry it out, and the meat get it brown.
Okay.
So you got to keep turning it.
It's the amazing thing, it's still on high, but it's not totally burning it or something. You would think at this high heat it would maybe
burn,
do
right?
too much.
I agree. I would think that too. I would try to bring it low and then screw it all up.
So I'm going to cover it again, and all these liquid going to dry right out.
Okay. And that's what you want.
Yes. And maybe I have to tip a little water in it just to get some more liquid in it. And it become brown and brown and brown while you turn it.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do, I'm not going to use real natural water. Cook this down. I'm going to use a beef broth.
Ooh, this oxtail's about to be on 1 million.
More flavor right
This
there.
oxtail's about to be on 5 million.
Sure. All of mercy. Drying out now.
Ooh.
You can hear it.
Yes, we can hear the difference.
When you say brown, you mean brown, like proper brown,
Yeah.
proper thickness. Almost starting to make its own gravy already.
Yes.
Right.
And a little bit of charring at the bottom isn't even bad, right? Like you want some of that to add to the...
All of these going to turn into gravy.
Okay.
When you put a little more water in it.
Yeah, because I would always look at the bottom of the pot and be like, oh my god, it's burning, it's burning, it's burning. But Daddy's like, no, that's the goodness, that's the good stuff.
Yeah.
That's how you want it.
Caramelization, he calls it.
Yes.
That's right, that's the word.
Caramelization, man.
Guys, the smell, let me tell you, the smell. So good. So did you turn the heat down?
No.
It's still on high?
Still on high.
What's
Wow, isn't that amazing? Full blast
amazing.
and still fine.
Still on high.
Only way it's going to burn unless everything dried out. Nothing left.
And you
No
don't
liquid.
turn it. And there's no liquid added back.
And I don't turn it, yeah. So the more I put a little water in it now and cover it, it's going to see sweat, but it's going to dry it out at the same time. And it's going to get brown.
Again?
Get
and
this
you do
color?
it again?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like rinse and repeat.
Yeah, so when I get the color I want, then I add my natural season to it.
Okay.
And let it cook down.
But you don't do that until you get the color that you want.
Yes.
Okay.
This can take 1.5 to 2 hours to cook. Depends
Getting
on
with her
how
snug
soft the meat
faces.
is. Yes.
So if you have a tough
What do
oxtail,
your
you might
nails
just get
look
a
like,
little
huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Or you can pressure cook it if you want.
Okay.
If you don't have the time. But it's much better to cook it
This
just
way.
like this.
Show talons.
In the pressure cooker, it's good, but not that.
Yeah,
Pressure cooker gives it a different kind of taste of cooking.
Can't always rush the goodness.
You can't rush the goodness, Matthew. You
true,
can't
right?
rush the goodness.
Yeah. Better than bouillon.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I've never seen that
So it's a
before.
veggie version.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
I've never seen that yet.
Nice too. Smells good.
Okay. So that's supposed to be the beef broth?
No, it's a beef right there.
Oh, so what's that for?
Flavor.
Okay, well you'll talk
Flavor,
more about it.
It's extra.
Extra flavor.
Okay.
Dry it out.
Proper browning.
Yes. If you realize, I didn't put any browning on my oxtail. The liquid browning,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Not required at all.
Only the just Sister Maggie I put on it. And it's not that brown. Yeah. So I'm gonna add a little more water to it.
Just gonna break off all those broken or the dried up bits at the bottom,
Yes,
and moving around again.
Yes. So while I turn it, everything gonna just.
Yeah, it looks a different shade every single time you open the pot.
Literally every time you open the pot, it gets darker and darker.
Okay, so we're doing a little break here. Sangsters. Thank you for bringing it straight from the motherlands too.
Straight from Jamaica.
Okay.
We're having a cheers, you guys.
Yes. Well, this is the hard life of doing YouTube.
Cheers.
Drinking rum cream on a Friday afternoon.
On a Friday afternoon. Cheers to that.
This make you feel airy, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can get into that. That's not too sweet either. That's just nice and refreshing.
So I picked a good one.
Very good. Excellent job.
Need help with the Dutch.
Yeah, I got a
one case.
So again.
Yes, I'm gonna turn again.
So it's a pretty labor-intensive thing doing this the right way. Yeah. Now this is a real Jamaican classic. Is there any video that you've put out that you were kind of surprised with the response to? I mean, oxtail makes sense that it became your number one. It's such a beloved Jamaican dish.
You know which one surprised me?
Which one?
The beef patty.
Ah.
It's not my first time making it. 2.8 million views right now.
So it wasn't one that you're experienced with, just an experimentation.
Yeah.
Nice.
Man, I was shocked. I could not believe it. So you see this coming the way I want it?
Yeah.
Huh? Yes.
It's getting really, really nice looking now.
This may be the last one. When it dried out again, I had my beef broth and my natural seasoning.
I think it's these little extra touches that make it go the long way. I mean, I'm sure you could get away with just water, like you said, right? But this extra beefiness.
Give me lots of flavor.
Yeah. And the flour's all ready to make.
My spinners for the oxtail.
Okay.
And my butter bean. Butter then gonna go in the oxtail. I'm kicking up a notch, you know?
Butter bean.
Level up. And when you do the dumplings for the spinners, my friend Devin and I he called them barefoot dumplings when he made them just with the flour and water. That was it. Is that how you do your spinners too?
Yes.
It's the same way, okay.
It's small. You know, it's small.
Yeah.
Rub it together. So this now I'm gonna add some scallion to it.
Okay.
And some thyme. Oh, and a piece of scotch bonnet.
Ooh.
Yeah, if anyone's in Toronto area and wants some Scotch bonnet pepper, I end up with way more than I can use. I did make my own little pepper sauce the other day, but the plants are just giving it up this year. So come find me in the city if you need extra Scotchies. And I think next time, Daddy, I come here, I will definitely bring you some fresh Scotchies.
Oh, yeah, man. My scallion. My thyme.
Wow.
Some thyme.
And the whole Scotch bonnet. Okay. Okay, so just boiling up these little peas.
Yeah. Nice. So now I can add my coconut milk.
Okay.
Because the peas are already cooked.
Nice. Oh, this is going to be so good. Wow.
Pour it in. He needs some milk.
I'm just floating in there.
So I'm going to add some seasoning salt to it and some black pepper. Flavor rice.
Okay.
This is a seasoning that cooks good with the rice.
I haven't seen this one before. Flavor rice.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this a Jamaican one, this company?
No.
Okay.
This is Canadian.
Okay, cool.
When we advertised this seasoning here, you only sell it at Costco.
Ah.
You couldn't get it. They buy out everything.
It disappeared after you guys.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Little black pepper.
Okay. Rice is an interesting one because everyone does it such a different way. Yeah. Every culture's got their own twist on it. Yeah, so different.
Yep. Now, this is my last turn.
Your last one.
Yes.
I know what you guys are thinking. You're probably saying, oh my gosh, how many times does he have to turn it? Well, you know what? If you want good oxtail, you know exactly have to run.
So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to add the beef broth to it. And my natural seasoning.
Oh, it looks so pretty now.
Right? Gorgeous. Boy, Daddy, me can just tell you, put your foot in it, man. You put your foot in it.
Foot, me hand, me toe, my finger.
Everything.
Me head. Now my beef broth.
You could put water, but beef broth is going to kick it up.
This is how you get that fall off the bone type. Oxtail. I love the little pimento berries just floating around.
Something on the top there.
Yeah. I like how half of them crack to let out the flavor, and then the other part a little more subtle. Or even just for the view, makes it look nice.
Yeah.
Get real pimento in there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get this cooked. This may take about an hour.
Okay. But you can't be sure because you have to make sure that the meat's soft.
Yes. So you have
because
to
you
test
could
it.
go an hour and it would be tough. I have experienced that before.
You have to test it. Okay, this 2.0. Woo! We're adding spinners to it.
Spinners!
Just flour, salt, and water.
Okay, so how much flour would you say? I guess however much you want to put in the pot, right?
It's a half pound of flour.
Half pound of flour.
Yes.
Okay, how much salt to the half pound?
quarter teaspoon.
Quarter teaspoon.
Minimal.
Minimal.
It's almost ital.
Yes, almost ital. Yes, Matthew.
I call it ital. Everyone needs salt to live.
Almost ital, but not
Yeah,
really.
my friend Devin calls these barefoot dumplings.
Barefoot
and it's just the flour and the water.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, nothing
okay.
else in it. I don't know if that's a St. Thomas thing or what.
Interesting. Barefoot dumpling.
But he always says be very cautious with the water because you can always add it,
Yes,
but you can't take it out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very much. Little by little.
Yeah.
Little by little.
With dumpling, it's little by little with the water.
Because you may end up with 5 times as many dumplings as you want.
Exactly.
You keep adding the flour to match the too much water.
Or like a pancake.
Yeah.
Pancake consistency. You don't want that.
Easy peasy.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, true. I feel like it's one of these things that looks simple, but to do it the right way is actually not
exactly.
so easy.
I think I would butcher this.
You butcher it?
Butcher it.
My
Not the
gosh.
best way. But honestly, spinners in oxtail, I don't even know. Have I ever had spinners with oxtail?
No.
Whoa.
Is the butter bean. We always put
Butter
it.
bean, but this, no sir. This one I gonna be hot, 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 hot. You're gonna lick your 10 finger and your 10 toe.
And just like rice, make sure you always wash your toe
Yeah.
before you lick.
You always wash your toe then. Please, I beg of you.
Yes. There's no need no more water.
No more water?
No. So I won't put this in until the oxtail almost cooked. Ready? Yeah.
So we have a bonus here, Daddy. I was not expecting
Yeah.
this in the place.
Doing some asparagus.
Nice.
Yeah. So when you bend it, anywhere it snap, that's the soft part.
Ah, okay, that's the technique. Because yeah, you can end up with some pretty chewy parts.
Oh yes.
If you don't do it the right way.
So that's what we have to do.
So Sasha, is someone who's seen this before, is this looking ready to you?
It is. It's looking close.
Almost,
it's still.
yeah.
It's coming. It's coming. Like I know that it needs to cook down a little more because we want it to be falling off the
Hey,
bone.
remember, now if I put some more liquid in this.
Still, it's
Some
coming
more
down.
liquid,
Okay.
because the spinners have to go in there,
Mhm.
and the bean have to go in there.
So you're gonna put more liquid.
Yeah.
Hey, your kettle empty.
You know, put the cold water in it. Some have some hot water in it.
We need hot water is the trick too.
Yeah. When you put hot water in it, it keeps still boiling, you know?
Oh, because cold water would cut.
You don't want to slow it down.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give this 15 more minutes,
Mhm.
and then I had my spinners in it.
Spinner time.
And your broad beans.
And the broad bean.
Okay. Bone.
Yeah, almost falling off the bone, you know?
Yeah, but even the piece will fall off the bone must be soft,
See?
you know?
Look. You want to taste that?
Not yet. Not yet. Oh, actually, if you
We're
insist,
gonna taste it because
if you insist, but it's still rather tough.
Okay.
Try a piece, and it's not ready completely yet. So
Okay. That's getting there.
it's getting there, right?
A preview.
all right.
All right.
Now we're gonna put in our spinners.
Oh, it's done. It's slow down with the spinners, man. You just have.
No, when you do spinners, you go fast.
Oh, you have to go fast.
Come on.
There's a trick to everything.
Yeah.
And a nice little toss too.
It's the toss for me.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Oh, we can't wait from Oxtail dinner.
You don't get none.
Please. That's what you say every
You really,
time.
but I'm gonna jump out.
My plate to share first.
No. Guess first. Guess first, please.
But on any other day,
Daughter first. That's fair, right, Daddy?
Yeah.
which usually it's mommy actually. It's
Oh.
mommy, then it's me, and then daddy, depending on who's cooking.
So the color has
Your
really changed
plants,
now.
huh, Jenny? You know all about them plants.
Here's the rice and peas are cooked to you guys. Look. Jeez, on the scotch bonnet, just a six. Just, oh my gosh, I can smell the coconut from that, Daddy.
Yeah, man.
Not you snapped on the rice and peas.
Okay, I'm hiding my beans.
Okay, now is the time. Broad bean reach in. Butter bean, lima bean, broad bean, whichever one you want to call it.
Yes.
And usually you put two in, right, Daddy? But because the spinners are in there, you're probably just going
Let's
to do
put one. Yeah. Well, I had some ketchup to it.
Whoa, okay.
You know that part.
I didn't know that part.
Right? When I first started learning that they put ketchup in oxtail, I honestly thought that my dad was just doing his own thing.
Put ketchup,
I was
what the
like, why would you
hell?
put ketchup in there? But then I was like, oh my gosh, this is like traditionally, like they literally put ketchup
No
in
way,
it.
okay.
In stew, like in a lot of their stews and whatnot.
So you want a little bit of that?
Bring it up on
Yeah, a little bit of...
See how I always saying, you Jamaicans and your ketchup.
It's true.
I was
Remember
gonna
when
say
I
you
first was
Canadians
like,
and
oh my
your
gosh, I didn't know
ketchup.
Jamaicans put ketchup in their stew. And then everyone came and cussed us off and was like, it's not just Jamaicans!
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Other people too?
Yeah, everybody's like, it's not just Jamaicans. I said,
Yeah, it just changes the color up a little bit.
Look at the thickness, look at the color.
True, that happened quick.
That happened so quickly.
Change the mood.
See, I'm glad Matthew's here to prove that. Like, sometimes when I'm saying this, I'm like, I bet you people think I'm just over-exaggerating. I'm literally not. Like, this happened right before our eyes, guys. You were watching.
Okay, I'll give this 10 minutes and it's done. Okay, this is the final check.
Reveal.
Wow. If this is what you are making during the
Christmas
holidays,
music.
even if it's not the holiday season, if this is what you end up making for Bay, for work, for whoever, you are going to change their life.
Falling off the bone.
Falling off of the bone. Look at the bone.
There's
Clean.
nothing left on this board.
Where the meat gone?
See it, yeah?
Where the meat gone? Cheese. Give me that. I need that. I want that.
Just a little sample. Okay, that is falling off. That's how they say, falling off.
It's melting.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the perfect amount of scotchy on it too. I love that. That is so good.
Just a perfect kick.
Wow.
Yes.
Not too hard. You don't want to get your socks knocked off.
All right, we're ready. Thank you so much. This looks so crazy. Unbelievable.
I know.
4 hours in the making, but it's all worth it.
So worth it.
Can't rush a good thing.
Can't rush a good thing, Matthew. You know it. So I'm excited to see how you enjoy it. Like, for real. Now that you're going to get a full bite, let us know how it goes. Go
All right,
dig in, gentlemen.
Going for it. I want some broad bean on there. Whoa, that's a big piece. Look at that. Falling off. Maybe a bit of spinner in the mix.
Yes, man. You got to get the
All right,
spin in it.
going for it. The gravy just so thick and completely coats it. A number of different spices. They're all kind of subtle, nothing kind of overpowering, which is usually where I mess up with spice. I put too much of one in, so it gets taken over. But this is just all together.
Awesome.
Then you go in and then he says rice, veggies, everything.
Falling off the bone, as discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Reach around here, get some rice on the mix.
Mm-hmm. That coconutty rice.
With a scotchy in it too.
Gravy.
So good.
So good, right? Oh my god, I cannot watch you guys anymore.
That's as authentic as it gets.
Right. It's Daddy's Kitchen.
I feel like I'm in Jamaica right now.
Right? Well, Ross Kitchen was in Daddy's Kitchen with us. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you guys. This is awesome.
So happy we get to sit down and have a meal together. And Daddy, thank you for being amazing.
Yeah, man.
But we have to cut this episode short because we want food.
All right.
Love you guys. Go make yours.
Bye.
All right, so make sure that you follow Daddy's
Coco,
Kitchen,
these nuts,
like,
that's
subscribe,
funny.
ding that little bell, and make sure you get notifications. You do not want to miss what's coming up for the channel. And thank you to Sasha and Daddy so much for having me at their house. I feel like a part of the family now. And that meal, it was absolutely mind-blowing. So don't just check the classics like the oxtail. There's all kinds of other unique stuff that Daddy's cooking up. So thank you so much for watching, and bless up.
Any final words, Daddy?
Peace and love, always. All right? Subscribe and share. Love you.
Let's move on to Bobbert. Porky chose this one,
Hi,
actually.
everybody.
Here we go.
Robert Dyer, and welcome to the Robert Dyer channel Christmas Countdown. And this is really becoming the Christmas of Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew tried to cancel Christmas this year by not having a special Christmas or holiday flavor for the first time in a long time. But by golly, we're going to go ahead and have a Mountain Dew Christmas here with not only the third Mountain Dew I think I've reviewed during this countdown, but there's even more Mountain Dew surprises coming up later on in the countdown. But today we have the Voodoo 5 2023 mystery flavor, and well, I'm so late reviewing this that it's not much of a mystery anymore. They announced that the flavor was Cherry Airheads, and that's fairly good news for me because I love Airheads candy. It's one of my favorite candies. I'm mainly a peanut butter candy person, but beyond that, Airheads is one of my favorites. The only reason I don't say this is incredible, super fantastic news is that they said the flavor is cherry Airheads, which is a good cherry flavor, there's no question about it, but I'm much more of a blue raspberry Airheads person. Okay, so let's take a closer look at the packaging here. You can see in this ghoulish font it says mystery flavor. And then over here you have the tombstone that says 2023, the Mountain Dew logo. Then you have this voodoo mascot, so to speak, is sort of Grim Reaper character, where it's not really clear. He's got like a skull and a mouth partly open there, candle with the number 5, that this is the 5th official year. Take this candle with you, but don't put it in the window. Not much going on over here, just the twisted branches and the cloudy skies of a Halloween night. And over here you've got this interesting mummy character with the bandages all wrapped up. He's kind of hiding behind the tombstone. You see the fingers of his bandaged hand holding on to the edge of the tombstone. And then it's unclear if he's got a mohawk that's the same color as that pink up there. He's got this sort of pimp necklace on, and
that's a cool look.
Sunglasses with lightning bolts.
Very punk.
And my favorite part over here is this little ghost that's right in the center. He's white with the blue eyes and mouth. He's sort of like a gold bug character from Richard Scarry. Let's go ahead and get this open here. There she blows. And we'll see about the aroma. Oh yeah, that's sort of like you got an Airhead candy pressed up against your nose, so very good job on the aroma. Let's pour this into the finest bachelor's glassware. And you can see it's that sort of a bizarre milky white, as is meant to be for the mystery flavor. And I have this chilled to a precise 33 degrees Fahrenheit in my Mountain Dew cooler. It smells great, even though, like I say, cherry's not exactly my favorite flavor, but if it's done well, as we saw with the citrus cherry game fuel, it can still be quite refreshing. Let's go ahead and see how it tastes. Well, my initial impression is it's not quite as sweet and syrupy as I like the citrus cherry was.
Sip. Sip.
But it definitely recreates the Airheads cherry flavor. This is one of those ones that's a little more watery, kind of like the Mystic Punch. Good flavor, but not quite as strongly sweet. Well, the best analogy I can make with these certain type of Mountain Dews is sort of like Coors Light versus the Coors Banquet, whatever that thing was I reviewed in the past. You know, it's like a light beer. The consistency, the flavor, the sweetness level is just not quite what it is in for example, Game Fuel Citrus Cherry or one of my favorites, the Frostbite Mountain Dew. Some people don't like that. I have the opposite opinion. I've seen people talk about, I think it's a particular ingredient they use in some of the Mountain Dews that gives it that more syrupy candy flavor. And it's just a stronger, much bolder flavor experience. This is still going to be refreshing. I would still highly recommend it if you like cherry airheads or just cherry flavor. So I'm going to go ahead and this could have been middle of the road, except for the fact I got to give Mountain Dew major credit for using one of my favorite candies again. Last year it was the Smarties, and this year we've got Airheads, so maybe one of these years they'll have a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, and that one might get 5 stars, but this one's going to get a pretty solid 4 stars
4 out of 5 stars,
so
the
I
man
hope you
says.
like this video.
He says he wants a
Share it
Reese's
with
Cup
your
Mountain Dew, I
friends.
guess. That's
Please
weird, but okay.
subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
He's pointing right at you, Porky.
On this Christmas
Just wanna let
countdown.
you know.
Bye, everybody.
All right, here we go. More bidding.
But when Justice O'Connor was nominated by President Reagan in 1981, in the first time in the 200-plus years of our nation's history, there was a woman on the court making decisions, writing opinions that had a real profound effect on American life. And that is what we are seeing today, the celebration of her life as she is laid to rest, a real profound effect on American life. And that is what we are seeing today, the celebration of her life as she is laid to rest.
All right, Duke time. It's going to be short, so let's see how much I want to speed it up. 1.25. It's only like 7 minutes long. He's talking about Encino Man, so here we go,
I
Porky.
remember seeing Encino Man when it came out. I was maybe 10 years old, I guess you could say. I was pretty close to the age you're supposed to be to enjoy this movie, and even back then, I kind of remember it being pretty bad. Like, I don't remember hating it, I watched it all the way through, but I just kind of knew this was not, it just wasn't good. But okay, it's been over 30 years, and like many, I have nostalgia for the 80s and 90s, and I was kind of looking forward to seeing this again because I thought maybe it'd be like Saved by the Bell, where, yeah, I know it's not technically good, but there's just gonna be something fun and outrageous about how 90s it is, and how dated it is, and how wild and weird it is, and yeah, no, this isn't even a so bad it's good movie, it's just bad.
Wow,
Silly, dumb, and
Doug, your
lame,
tastes
and
are
none of it in a
trash.
fun way. Sean
Imagine
Astin
not
plays a
liking
dork named
Encino
Dave.
Man.
His best friend, played by Pauly Shore, who you'll never guess what his name is, Stoney. Yeah, I'm just assuming they cast him in this part before they wrote him. Have the extremely important mission of digging up a pool in the backyard, somehow getting okayed from their mom and dad because, well, all through high school they've been losers, and maybe on prom night they can turn it all around and be the most popular kids in school. By God, 90s problems. No, really, even by 90s problems, this is incredibly shallow. Once again, they of course discover a frozen caveman who they try to thaw out, revealing Brendan Fraser playing a role that, let's face it, he'll be playing for the good part of a decade. Rather than being concerned for his well-being or handing him over to someone that can really help out, they decide they can use him to get really popular in school, and hey, maybe they can have that pool party on prom night, and maybe Dave can get with that girl who's just as shallow and empty as he is. Okay, so I'm not going to bring much logic into this movie. I think everybody knows you're not supposed to. It's a cute idea of what would happen if a cave teen just happened to roam around modern-day school. And let's be honest, everybody who hears the synopsis, watches the commercial, sees the posters, knows this is not going to be a good movie. We're not going to learn any life lessons or have any deep commentary. This is just supposed to be entertaining, whether it's legitimately entertaining and legitimately funny, or ironically entertaining and ironically funny. Like, it's so bad it's good. You know, that kind of thing. No one's going to be too picky about this movie, and even by that low bar, this movie is so dull. This is not a particularly long film, only an hour and a half, but it feels like 3 hours, man. Like, I am just watching nothing happen in front of me. First off, like I mentioned before, every character in this is empty
you have
and
no
soulless.
taste.
And again, that would be fine if they actually made it funny, but they don't give them any funny lines. Sean Astin's a great actor. We've seen him in Rudy and Lord of the Rings. We know what he can do, but he just looks terminally lost here. Like the script gave him nothing to work with, and I think even he knows what his goal is in this is so lame and so dumb and so unbelievably not interesting that he's just trying to figure out, so am I a jerk? Am I a good guy? Am I somewhere in between? Am I gonna learn something? He just clearly has no idea what reaction or thought process he's supposed to have to anything. Pauly Shore at least has an idea of what he is in this movie. It's just not a good idea. He's about as annoying as he usually is. The only one who gets out of this a little okay is Brendan Fraser. He is just so damn charming, and like I said, he can play this role in his sleep. Hell, he does half the time. He's the wide-eyed, good-looking doofus who doesn't really understand how the world works, but his naivete surprisingly kind of helps him out, winning everybody over.
Wow,
and
Doug,
yes,
just
there are a
wow.
few jokes that work. Like, I really like when he sees the mailman dropping off a package and he grabs it, and rather than looking at the package, he looks at the string that wrapped it up. That's pretty good. I like when the school bully is pointing at him trying to expose him as a caveman, he just kind of grabs his finger. That somehow is believable. I don't know. Somehow he always makes these roles work okay. But even in that realm that they created for him, it isn't very interesting, because what do they write for him in this? They take him someplace that he's never seen before, and he gives a wow face. That's it. They take him to a convenience store. He does the wow face, and it's over. They take him on a roller coaster. He does the wow face, and it's over. He's introduced to a future Oscar winner who's going to win an Oscar the same year he does. He does the wow face, and that's it. Nothing happens in this movie, and that is baffling to me. I thought of other high school movies where something kind of supernatural is brought in that would actually be even more challenging to work with, like Turning Red or Teen Wolf, or something where they turn to some kind of creature and then you have to figure out how to work that into the story, how to make it interesting. Is really a giant red panda that interesting to turn into? Is, when you really think about it, turning into a werewolf that interesting in high school? I feel like at the most you can get 2 or 3 jokes out of that, but they worked with it spectacularly in Teen Wolf. These should be the easiest scenarios to write for a caveman in modern day high school. It practically writes itself, and almost amazingly, nothing happens. I was blown away by how dull this was. Even the 90s cliches, 30 years old, oh my god, can they say that? Can they do that? I mean, once in a while there's a scene like that, but every scene it feels like these people just got together, they said, okay, let's just shoot this and go home, and no passion was put into anything. Again, apart from the little charm that Brendan Fraser brings to it. I don't know, I consider myself a pretty big fan of 90s nostalgia, especially the early 90s, and I just got no entertainment value from this. It's bad, and it's the worst kind of bad. Boring bad. I'm sure there's people who have nostalgia for this movie and maybe watch it and think back to happier times, simpler times. I mean, like I said, the main dilemma the lead has in this is pretty lame. Oh, by the way, did I tell you that he wants to ask the popular girl out only because she is popular now? Like, they used to be friends. And he was like, oh, but she was like so invisible and everything, but now she's hot. Like, everything about this guy is awful. All these characters are awful, but they're not a fun kind of awful. Like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia type awful characters. Like, you like watching them. These guys, I just don't like watching. They are so uninteresting, so bland, and also not good people. If you got a soft spot for it, fair enough, but I think you gotta put this caveman back on ice.
Wow, Doug, just wow. I can't believe you said that about Encino, man. Awful. Alright, moving on. Strug sent this in. More, shot cocks.
It's time to mix it up and throw it on the rocks. Let's get logical together at Shock's Cocks.
Welcome to Shock's Cocks. Hi, everybody.
So, Shockwave, you're gonna mix us a drink tonight?
That's correct.
Alright, show us what you got.
Okay, so we're going to grab some dark rum. Castor oil will do.
Castor oil will do?
2 or 3 shots, give or take. Alright. Put the
castor oil, he means he's pouring some fucking crack in.
Now we want to grab some
one of your
ginger
favorites,
here.
do you remember
It's
Kraken?
the most important part of the cocktail. We want lots and lots of ginger. A lot. A lot. Alright, and oh, got a little stuck there, just wipe that, yeah. Gingery. Okay, now we want to get the ginger beer.
Oh yeah, quality.
Just a little splash of that. That's good. Okay, and now we usually cut the lime, but there's no knives, so I'm going to use this corkscrew. Yes. Squeeze that juice. Okay, I'm just going to f it. And there you have it.
Technical difficulties, technical difficulties, technical difficulties,
Alright, drink up, buddy.
Oh yeah, let me at it. Thanks, Shocky. He's like my favorite Decepticon bartender.
What?
And?
What do you call this, Shockwave?
I call it the bowels of Holly because of all the ginger.
Oh.
Interesting title.
What?
Interesting title. I'm drunk right now.
Technical difficulties, technical difficulties, testicle difficulties, technical.
Well, does Shockwave pass the mixologist test?
That's not safe.
Trick as hell.
Technical difficulties.
All right. Well, thanks for showing us your.
All right, yes.
Wow, thanks, Frog. Thanks for that. Now it's time for pain. Here we go.
Take top off, take top off. Now let's hit this with a little bit of lime. Get some lime in there.
Making some jungle juice,
Okay,
homeboy.
grab some strawberries, get those in there. Homeboy, it's festive.
Faster.
Get some oranges in there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, okay? So that's our base. Now let's come behind with a bottle of vodka, okay? Now when you pour this vodka, I want you to do like this, okay? To get a tornado. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing. The back and forth.
If I break it, I'm not buying
You
it.
ain't
right?
breaking it,
Okay.
homeboy. Roll. Okay, that's up.
That's it. That's it.
No, I mean stop rolling.
Okay. Oh, you mean like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay, this is a tornado virgin, okay? I'm trying to teach you how to do it. Okay, do another one, one.
I got this.
So, fine, and then one roll. Woo!
Go like that?
Okay, now hold it.
Ooh. Wow. Come on.
You gotta really roll, though. You gotta really roll, okay?
Look, it's my first time, okay?
Okay. It's the first time doing drugs, guys. You want a little tequila in there?
Yeah, I'm a tequila girly.
Okay, hit it with a little tequila,
Let's do
okay?
it.
This is not gonna roll.
You want me to roll it?
No, because of the square sides. It's not gonna work. Pour!
Should we try?
Try it. Keep trying. Try harder. Really roll.
I'm trying. You're right. Okay, he might be right. Might be right.
Ladies and gentlemen, watch someone who knows what they're doing.
Excuse me.
You watch it. You can stay close. Don't panic. Woo! That's a tornado. You see that? That's a tornado. That's what I'm trying to get you to do.
Well, if you showed me before, I might have been able to do it.
Don't worry, homeboy. You can learn. Now, this triple tip, we're not using all of this, okay?
So I can't roll it?
We can use half.
Okay.
So that means you got to get a quick, firm roll. This is a quickie. Go ahead.
Excuse me?
No, go ahead. Get in and out, homeboy. In and out.
Ah!
Her husband coming. In and out. Her husband coming. Oh, God, he put in the driveway.
No, wait.
Oh, God, he's coming. Oh, he got a gun. Run. You got to be built for this life. So, I had a bunch of drinks left over. So this right here is white peach cranberry.
Super healthy for you.
Really?
That's my job.
Okay, pour.
I'm not.
No, you can't roll that. You can try it.
No.
All in.
I just learned my lesson.
Beautiful.
Super healthy for you.
What do you think about this color? Huh? This right here.
I do like it. It's bright.
It's lemonade with
It probably
blueberries.
would be good on you.
Fresh. Pour!
Wait.
Oh, I like that color.
Yeah, that mixes in nice.
I like that color. That color is cool.
Okay.
Orange can take the color in a different direction, though. But go ahead. Let's go. Let's see where it goes. No. Let's see where it goes. Let's hit it with the orange soda, homeboy. Hit it with the orange soda.
Let's have some Fanta in there.
Way to squeeze. Squeeze.
That looks pretty.
Squeeze.
And this is where you like smash it on your head.
Squeeze.
Fanta.
I'm just saying. You know, we got some left. Why not?
Okay.
Now let's put a couple on that bad boy.
You don't want me to shake this, though.
Shake it and keep it sexy.
How do we shake it more than that? I feel like is it gonna spill?
No, it's not gonna spill.
I feel like that's the proper way. I don't know what dance. I don't approve.
It's the Bahamas, John Canoe.
Wild Wild West? Or the tropical
Why the fuck is this the Wild Wild West? What is
because everything's in it.
And there you have it! Everything is in it! Jungle juice! Okay.
Wild Wild West.
You ready to taste this?
And
you do this, okay? Watch out from a mic. Okay, don't drown.
I don't think I could do this.
You could believe in yourself, Janessa. Come on.
Try.
Oh!
Okay, that gets a pass.
That's the years of drinking, homeboy. That's the years of drinking.
I would take that to a party. I would take that to a party.
You like the taste?
Yeah, that shit's good. Tonto was the way to go. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, this can't taste bad.
No, but that hangover is gonna hurt.
Look here, you all drink responsibly. Don't drink and drive. Stay tipsy, okay? This is Janessa. Go check her out.
All right, time for some Christmas drinks.
What's up, home bartenders? Yesterday we made gingerbread liqueur just in time for Christmas, so today we're going to craft 3 awesome gingerbread cocktails for you to enjoy throughout the holiday season. Let's do it.
Okay, so our first cocktail tonight is a gingerbread White Russian. So we're gonna be using 2 of my homemade liqueurs, the gingerbread and my coffee liqueur. Make sure you check out that recipe. Starting off, of course, with 2 ounces of vodka using a local Beatty's potato vodka. We're then gonna do 1 ounce of our coffee liqueur and 3/4 ounce of our gingerbread liqueur. We have 1 ounce of heavy cream, that's 35% cream, going in, and then we're gonna give this some ice and a nice shaky shake. All right, we're gonna rim our glass with some spiced sugar. That's just sugar and all the same spices that went into the liqueur. And we're gonna dirty dump into our rocks glass. Garnish with some extra nutmeg
White Russian
and a cinnamon stick. If you had a little gingerbread man, I don't have any left, but there it is, the gingerbread White Russian. I'm not a huge fan of White Russians, but this does look nice and festive. Moving on, we've got some Lot 40 Canadian rye. We've got some pecan orgeat. This is the gingerbread Old Fashioned.
Look at that.
Okay, so starting with 2 ounces of Canadian rye whiskey. Any rye whiskey will work, but this Lot 40 is amazing. We have 1/2 ounce of our gingerbread liqueur and just a bar spoon of Savage Kitchen's pecan orgeat. I used it recently in a Turtles Old Fashioned, and it was really good, so I'm liking it in my Old Fashions. For bitters, we're going to do some Ango, and we've got these maple walnut bitters, which you've seen me use a million times, because they are fantastic. Give it some ice, nice stir, and then we're going to strain over some fresh ice. There it is, looks amazing. Can't go wrong with an Old Fashioned. All right, nice orange peel, nice and long. We're going to express some oils onto the glass, and then we're going to give it a nice decorative edge, and there it is, your gingerbread Old Fashioned. All right, once again, garnish with a little gingerbread man if you can, but I'm going classic with the orange peel. Moving on, we've got some El Dorado 12 aged Demerara rum. We've got lime juice, ginger beer. This is the gingerbread mule. Okay, so you've seen me make mules a million times. We're just gonna top our glass with some ice. We've got our rum going in, followed by our gingerbread liqueur, followed up with some lime juice, and then of course top it off with your favorite ginger beer using Fever Tree today. I kind of go back and forth between a couple brands of ginger beer, but I do like the Fever Tree. Give it a gentle stir. We're going to garnish with a cinnamon stick and a dehydrated orange wheel. There it is, the gingerbread mule. All right, well, we made 3 awesome drinks. I think it's time to taste them.
Okay, so here we've got our 3 awesome gingerbread cocktails. We're gonna taste them in order, and maybe I'll rate them, see which one's my favorites. Okay, so starting with the gingerbread White Russian. This is using my gingerbread liqueur and my homemade coffee liqueur. Make sure you check out that video. I'm not the biggest fan of White Russians right off the bat, but this definitely has, this is basically White Russian. The coffee liqueur is wonderful. Vodka, the cream, little extra layer of gingerbread. If you like White Russians and you want to give it a little something special for the holidays, then try out the gingerbread White Russian. The gingerbread Old Fashioned. Oh man, that's just a good old fashioned. The rye whiskey, I love the Lot 40 Dark Oak rye whiskey in an old fashioned. Yeah, the gingerbread gives it all those nice holiday spices and a little hint of pecan orgeat from Savage Kitchen. That stuff is fantastic. The bitters, this is just a really nice winter old fashioned, Christmas time old fashioned. Give this a try, absolutely. Next up, the gingerbread mule. Now, I've tried over 100 mules recently. If you haven't seen my
100 Mule Journey, make sure you click that link and check out that playlist of shorts. But this one, it was not part of the 100, so we could call this 101. Sadly, the gingerbread does not come through in this one as much as I would have liked. You would think gingerbread, ginger beer should go hand in hand, but the ginger beer is spicy, it kind of overpowers. I'm not getting too many of those other spices through there, so it's not bad. I mean, it's a good mule. I'm just not really, it's not representative of the gingerbread as much as I would have liked. All of these are, hey, they're good. I would say my number one, the old fashioned. This is amazing. Number two, surprisingly, since I'm not a big fan of White Russians, but it is delicious, nice and festive. And last place, you wouldn't think I would put a mule in last place for those who know me, but there's just, the ginger beer kind of buries the gingerbread. So that's too bad. But all in all, I hope you give these a try. And if you make the liqueur, let me know what other gingerbread cocktails you can make. There's so many. You can make a gingerbread martini. You can make, oh my God, gingerbread Irish coffee. That would be good. So let me know what you would try with this liqueur. Again, we're only a couple days to Christmas, but this doesn't take very long to make. Make a gingerbread liqueur, try out some different cocktails, and let me know what you think. All right, well, this is probably my last video before Christmas, so Merry Christmas, everyone, and we'll see you just in time for New Year's. Cheers.
Beautiful, you love to see it. Oh, the player's being weird. 1 second.
What's up, home bar?
Oh, that made it.
What's up?
Let's not do that. Let's move on to this. Here we go. 1 second.
Hi, everyone.
Homeboy, okay, we got to prep this bottle. Let's get this label off, okay, so I can wet this up. We gotta get the label off. I want you all to be able to see what's happening inside the bottle, okay? This is Natalie. I just met her down the street and I'm like, hey, let's make a drink.
Yeah.
She's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I hope she's 21.
I'm way older than that.
Really?
But yeah.
You look good for your age.
Thank you. I mean, I'm not
Because
like
initially
40.
I thought you were like 40, right? And I was like, damn, but she,
Yeah.
because you have this 40-year-old vibe about you.
I'm an old soul. I get told that all the time because I only like oldies and...
Real old man, really? Okay.
Not old men.
Old man. Like nothing under 70.
No!
Someone with a big 401k. Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Nothing wrong
you
with
got
that.
me all wrong.
Nothing
We're
wrong with
not
that.
doing that.
You just said you like old men.
I like oldies, old school music.
Okay.
And like cars and things grandmas like.
Pretty much dead people. Whoever dead,
Yeah,
that's what you're
whoever's
into.
dead, I like them.
Cool, cool.
look at that,
You like them dead. If you alive, homeboy,
Like
she ain't
cars.
listening.
If you alive, I'm not the one.
Goo gone, okay? This is not an ad for these people. I don't know them, okay? Don't think, oh my
The
God.
goo is not really gone in very well, but
Check that out, homeboy. Check that out. Nice and clean now. Okay, now let's get the one in the back.
oh my God.
Ooh, look at that cleanness. Dude, the goo took all the stickiness right off though. It did make it easier, okay? Now let me
Sparkling.
make sure this bottle is nice and clean. Come on. Shh. Okay. That's love. Okay, guys? You see the fatherly tendencies and when you look at you, go like, that guy's a father.
Are you a father?
No, I pull out. Okay, pop the bottle, okay? Let's pour some. We need to make room, so keep going.
Like full send it?
Okay, let's see. Okay, let's do one more like that. See the difference my pour and your pour?
I'm gentle. You're like...
Okay, that look about right, homeboy. That look about right there. We could pour in more. Yeah, you want to take a sip? This is a really good year. 1852. This is a $2,000 bottle, okay?
Okay.
But they sold it to me for 13. Actually 5. Okay.
Delicious.
Okay, let's get some fruits in this bad boy. Squeeze some of them cranberries in there, okay? Hopefully get down the hole. All right?
Porky, are you being bullied?
This our color, our little flavoring. Put in those last two that you got. Okay, cool. Now we gotta get these in, okay?
What the?
Nah, are these supposed to be thinly cut? I don't know. Hold on. We might have to cut them in half. Let's do a little half, and then let's go like this. So do mine. Do the half thing. That ain't gonna be cute. You want it cute, you see? Yeah, homeboy, there's a way to fold, okay? I don't walk in your house telling you how to fold your clothes, okay? How you fold your underwear is your business, but when it comes to my drawers, I like them neat, okay? Can you cook?
I can cook.
What?
Everything.
Can you do a beef Wellington though? Can you do a beef Wellington?
Yeah, better than Gordon Ramsay.
Lie.
Wow.
Truth. I've had his at Hell's Kitchen.
What, tastes like shit?
It was mid.
Damn, Gordon. That should be thin enough to
I'm
slide
afraid
down.
if you ever saw this, you'd be like, she's an idiot sandwich. Look at this one. This one will be good. Boop. Have you seen Squid Games?
The movie or the?
It's not a movie. It's a TV show.
I haven't watched the game show, but I heard mixed reviews on it. Did you like
I would totally
it?
go on it. I feel like I would win.
Why?
Because I'm stealth AF.
Rosemary. The red light, green light, what?
I was like, what are you doing when they're running and then they stop?
Look at that. Here, take a little sip. Take the edge off, okay? You look a little uptight.
Cheers, brothers.
You feel better? Nothing like cheap wine early in the morning, homeboy.
I thought you said this was expensive, $2,000 bottle. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't want you to know I lied to you right away. Usually girls don't learn that till later. Okay.
Foster. I'll still drink it.
I just George Santos stuff. Okay. Vodka. Pour some vodka down that chute, okay? We gotta fortify first.
Woo!
All right, let's stop there. Unless you want more vodka.
I'm a vodka gal.
By the way, she used to bartend at the Naughty Pig too, okay?
I did. Back in the day.
Everyone got a link to the pig. Now this is white cranberry
Naughty
peach
Pig, Porky, you hear
juice.
that? Naughty Pig.
How the hell are we gonna pour that in there?
You want me to do it?
No.
Okay. Don't spill, okay? Do not spill. This counter clean. I only got one towel to wipe this up. Let's watch it. Oh Lord.
Oh damn, I'm actually doing way better than
Look at the
I thought I
bartender.
would.
Do it one hand though. Do it one hand.
I'm shaking.
Me too. Okay, my turn now. Around here talking all this shit. I'm old. After COVID, I started getting shaky, okay? I don't know what happened to me, all right?
Is that what you do to like not get shaky? I should have done that.
Gotta be black though. Once you twerk a little bit, it eases the tension.
Wow.
Okay. I think I won that.
Yeah, probably. Life's short. Must you win everything, huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Because life is short. I don't want to be a loser my whole life.
Oh, she going for another sip. That's my boy. That's my boy.
Can we talk about how he said, Nathaniel, are you ready to film? My name's Natalie.
Okay.
And then he calls me Nat King Cole. Like,
Got him.
Am I a boy? No.
Natalie King Cole. Okay. All right. To come with some ginger beer, okay?
Canada Dry.
Canada Dry.
Amazing.
A very amazing brand. Fresh out of Canada. And it's dry. Okay?
Yeah, it's dry. It's not wet.
Okay. Right there, the neck. Beautiful. Oh boy. This is how you Christmas, okay? This is how you Christmas, all right? Catch.
Okay, let's try it.
Oh, you really want to do this? Okay, throw it to me.
Oh my God!
Why you spin it? Okay, catch.
Ah!
Why is she spinning it to me though? Why?
Because a normal throw's boring.
Okay, watch that. Okay, that's it to me.
Alert says OBS browser page.
And there you have it. Christmas sangria in a bottle. Okay.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
You ready, homeboy? You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead. Enjoy. Don't choke on none of the cranberries, okay?
idea.
We don't know
That's
CPR
really
here,
strange.
okay?
That's really
You'll have to
fucking
Google that.
weird.
By the time you Google that with my slow internet, you'll probably be dead.
I mean, obviously nothing's gonna happen, but
Yummy.
Wow,
It tastes like Christmas.
Guess what? My gift to you, first day back, take this home, share this with some friends,
Oh,
okay?
wow. Thank
My
you
gift
so
to you,
much.
all right? This too, I'm kidding, this Tito's, you ain't getting that. All right, anyway, look here. Y'all drink responsibly, don't drink and drive, stay
Yes.
tipsy, go check out my girl,
tipsy.
Natalie, okay?
Don't drink and drive. Merry Christmas.
And it's
All right,
great
last
to
beer
have
for
you here
the night.
today. Now, this is a simple build-in-the-glass cocktail, and we're going to serve this in a highball glass. However, to prep one of the ingredients, you're going to need another vessel. And we're going to start this with some vodka. I'm using some Heretic Spirits, and we're going to use a total of
Heretic
3/4
Spirits,
of an
hear
ounce or
that?
22 and a half
Heretic
mils.
Spirits.
Your second part of this is creme de menthe. Now, I'm using a green creme de menthe by McGinnis. Use whatever you've got. If you have
candy cane,
a clear or a white creme de menthe, you're not going to get the same layer effect, but use what you got. That's all I can say. But we'll use the same amount of 3/4 of an ounce or 22.5 mils. After you've poured that in, you want to make sure that you stir or agitate it, or even just, you know, swirl it around. You just want to make sure that it's properly mixed. Oh, excuse me.
He's dying, apparently.
Sorry. I apparently need a candy cane in my throat. However, this is a highball glass, and I just realized what I said. So take your minds out of the gutter. This is an adult version of a cocktail, not a candy cane. Anyways, we're gonna start this with some grenadine, and no matter what I say, it's getting worse. But
well, don't worry, Jenny.
this is okay.
I'll be there soon.
So we're going to start this with Rose's grenadine, and the reason I'm using a store-bought grenadine is the fact that it'll give us a lighter cherry-like color. If I was using a homemade grenadine, it would come out very dark, and I want to avoid that for this. But we're going to use 1.5 ounces, which works out to 45 mils, and you just want to pour that inside. Our next step is to actually add some ice to the glass. And you don't want to just hammer it in there hard. You want to make sure that you kind of put it in there slowly, just because you don't really want to make a big splash. So give me a moment whilst I struggle with this cocktail. All right, we're starting over again. I've already got the grenadine in the glass, so you just want to take your ice cubes and just slowly put them in. You just want to make sure that you're not actually splashing everything all over the place, which is what I did with this glass right here. Having said that, we're now going to move to our next ingredient, and that is a white creme de cacao. White meaning that it's clear. This will help just with the visual side of the cocktail. If you have a dark, you can do that. You're just not going to get the look that you're looking for. Now we do need 1.5 ounces or 45 mils as well. And we'll just slowly pour this on the ice, using that to diffuse and layer it. Now, interestingly enough, it does look like there's red on top, even though there isn't. It just happens to be that's the way the clear ice actually reflects the light throughout the entire drink. Now, we are going to add ourselves our mixed creme de menthe and vodka mixture for our top layer, and you just want to pour it on slowly.
Yes, they're stream sniping me while pouring.
And this is how you make an adult candy cane cocktail. Absolutely perfect for yourself. It also resembles the Mexican flag. Can't go wrong with any of those things. And if you like this style of cocktail, take a look after the recipe card right up here.
And there it is. There's the entire cocktail, how to be made. And with that, see those other cocktails? Look at Christmas cocktails. A 30-minute one, the mistletoe cocktail. Nice. Mistletoe martini. Excuse me. But with that, we come to the end of Case of the Mondays. Hope you all had a fun time watching. I'd like to thank everyone who stopped by and everyone who is listening in. Just do a little shilling and I'll be done. Don't forget the movie caption contest, movie picture, and movie hangman are going on the Discord, so be sure to play those when you're not busy in the arena doing the holiday event as it's coming to a close. Sure, there's still going to be stuff around for a few more weeks, but you know. Tomorrow, it will probably be at the, I'd say, look anywhere from like 4 to maybe 7 or 8 for the stream to start with me and Genova on Heretic Live, so be sure to join us there. Wednesday will probably be a Red Reel Theater. Oh, there should be Mortal Kombat Conquest on Wednesday, so be sure to tune in for that. Genova should be finishing that up. Thursday, I'll be doing a Skinner Radio, so be sure to tune in for that back here as well at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Friday will be another Heretic Live, and, you know, just keep your eyes out and eyes peeled. All right, everybody, y'all have a good one. See you guys later.